be a nomination. Good evening, everybody. I'm going to go ahead and get us started here. This is the Scarborough Town Council workshop. The topic tonight is our CEA policy. Today is Wednesday, January 22nd, 2025. Let the record show that the council is here minus Councilor Doherty. And also joining us this evening is Karen Martin from SEDCO. With that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to the town manager.
Sure.
Thank you, Tom.
Madam Chair. Just by way of background, this matter, I believe, made its way as a council goal last year. And as I recall, the impetus for that, I think the council appreciated that with some regularity, there were requests for credit enhancement agreements, particularly from affordable housing projects. There seemed to be at least one a year, if not multiple. And the policy that we had in place that was first put in place back in 2020 really was designed for review of similar requests, but for economic development related projects. And so understandably, it really didn't work well in this context. And so with that, I believe the Finance Committee took on the task and worked through the spring and the summer, and then ultimately came forward with a proposal to the council in November. In fact, it was scheduled for your November 6th meeting, and the council at the time really thought it needed to be reworked. Of course, we're on the doorstep of election as well, and the matter was tabled to February 5. So here we are with a workshop, and Karen has joined us. Karen Martin really has taken the laboring oar, working with other staff and with the Finance Committee. And I've asked her to spend a little time to kind of backtrack just to bring us all back to speed how we got here tonight.
Share my screen here. Fingers are frozen.
Sure, you want Liam to drive?
I'm just gonna ignore this. I'm more gonna. There.
Yes, so when we first started working on this as a revision, of utmost priority was making sure that we included either in a separate policy or in the same policy, some work with guidance for affordable housing projects. I think there were a couple of projects that came through between the passage of the economic development portion of a credit enhancement agreement policy. And there was this sense that, hey, they didn't have to follow the same policy, which was true because it wasn't outlined like that. And also the types of standards that were in there were definitely not meant for affordable housing. So when we went to approach this, we really were thinking about a couple of different things. And so in terms of the goals, we wanted to add housing to the CEA standards. We wanted to clean up some conflicting language. The existing policy went back and forth on the term CEA versus TIF, and they're really different things. So we wanted to just clean that language up a little bit. We wanted to update the process to really involve clearly SEDCO and the Housing Alliance, since we were going to add housing to this. But we also wanted to respect the original protections and process from the original credit enhancement agreement. And I think, Bill, you were probably around when that original policy was being developed. But I think one of the things that people felt really strongly about was outlining the protections and things that Scarborough really needs to do if they're going to enter into a credit enhancement agreement. And so there are a lot of different protections that were outlined there. And we did keep those, and we just clarified some of them to make sure people understood what it was talking about. But it really did respect those original protections and process.
Yeah, and not just protections, but to ensure that we were asking the right questions of each and reviewing them on their individual merits. So you as decision makers had the information you'd need to make a informed decision ultimately.
Right. And so when we approached this, we wanted to look at a couple of different basic assumptions. So number one, this is a policy, not an ordinance. So it gives you a little bit more freedom to maybe explain things a little bit more in the policy, really have perhaps some teaching moments within the policy. It clearly separates, as we were talking about, the creation of a TIF from a CEA. One of the things that I think we noticed as we tried to implement the original policy was that all of the things that a company or a project needed to look at for the credit enhancement agreement was sort of jumbled up with the TIF requirements. So we wanted to get those separated and say, if you're going to come to the council and ask for a credit enhancement agreement, here's clearly the types of things you need to do. And so that was one of the things that we wanted to do. And then we took the opportunity in this to say, you know what? TIFs are confusing, and there's a lot of information that I think the council needs in order to understand where we are in the process, how many TIFs we have out there, how many credit enhancements we have out there, and really what that means to the bottom line. And so we added some detailed accounting and reporting. Sorry, Nick. Some of it he's already doing, but some of it we just wanted to pull out and look at it from a credit enhancement agreement tracking system. And also we wanted to add really this mysterious look at shift benefits. And so we wanted all of that laid out so the council can look at that each time something like this comes through, but also on an ongoing basis. You're going to know annually what TIFs are out there, what's going on with them, are they in compliance? Because that's one of the things we talked about in the policy is adding some review of those, and then highlighting any problems that we see to the council so you can take action if you needed to. So those are some of the enhancements that I think we did in this. We already talked about a teaching moment. We've added an explanation of why a TIF is important to a community, what it does. It's really aimed at the general public, a little bit at the applicants. It's really the why of creating a TIF and or a credit enhancement agreement. We already talked about this. We're separating the TIF creation from the CEA. The TIF creation is clearly on the council's side. The applicant needs to focus on what are you asking for? Why are you asking for it? What are you going to do with it? Give us your financials, those types of things that are really important to us to understand about a company. But the creation of the tax increment financing district can be, if you need one, is about more than just that credit enhancement agreement. And so we separated out all the things that were in the original policy and made it clear what was going on with TIFs. And then we also pointed to it and said, if you're going to do a CEA, forget about the TIFs right now, go to the CEA section and follow that process. So again, just sort of separating out what's really important. Again, we talked about this, the staff reporting, annual assessment of captured value and revenues, compares expenditures to approved development programs, recommends changes to the development program, and prepares and updates the shelter benefit. And then I want to talk a little bit about the process. So, I'm going to use John's term. He wanted to ensure, when we were talking in the Finance Committee, that we have a robust process. I would say that, and you can see in the memo, I think I mapped it out, if from start to finish, a generous allotment of time is 6 to 7 months to go through the process. And that's because you're going back and forth between different boards. You're going to the Finance Committee. The Finance Committee is making recommendations. There's negotiation. There's a couple of different versions that the applicant has to do. So it's a 6 to 7 month process to get that done. And so that's another cautionary note that we want to be able to say to people is, you're not going to get a turnaround in 30 days. If that's what you need, we can't, let's not even start. And so the way we have it organized is in steps. And a lot of this was from the original credit enhancement agreement. The first is, which is not really spelled out in the original agreement, but we did it because this is how it seemed to make sense for us to do it. Company comes along, they're going to contact, usually they contact me, I call Tom, and we talk a little bit about what their expectations are. And then Tom's going to, under this credit enhancement policy, he's going to appoint a staff liaison. He's going to appoint someone that's going to shepherd a company through the process. They're not there to write the application. They're not there to judge the application. They're there to ensure the timeline keeps going, to explain anything about the policy that an applicant doesn't understand, and do a little bit of hand-holding to make sure that they don't miss some things that we know the council's going to want to see. So that's the role of the staff liaison that's documented in the policy. And then the next step is that the applicant writes a letter to Tom. And looks at several different criteria that we have outlined in the credit enhancement agreement now. And that person or company writes the letter, says, this is really the basics of what we want to do. It's simple and straightforward. And then Tom's job is to take a look at it and say, you know what? Sure, you've met some minimal level of compliance with our application, and I'm going to talk to the council chair and the leadership about it and inform the council that we have an application coming in. But we're doing that before they've done any type of full application. And the reason we're doing that is we're trying to weed out, we don't want people to go through a needless detailed application if there's really no chance. And I think, you know, one of the comments, and I don't mean to go through some of Nick's comments, but I think there was some concern about, is that too much power for the manager to have? And I think one of the things that we wanted to do is say, oh, it's got to start somewhere. And, you know, we want to just have a little bit of screening. If somebody feels strongly about it, you know, it's clear that you know, Tom's going to talk to leadership about that. But that's the way it's written in the policy right now, is that the manager makes a first screening of basic information. And then he writes a letter to the company saying, okay, we're going to invite you to participate in this process. Again, all along, I think we are definitely saying to the applicant, this policy is mostly about process, some minimum thresholds. There is no guarantee. There's no guarantee whatsoever that if you engage in this process, that there's an approval guaranteed. You have to go through the process, and it's all in the hands of the council. And so that's one of the things that we want to make sure that we're communicating. So manager determines that the thresholds are met. The applicant prepares a preliminary application. And we describe what we expect to see in the preliminary application in the credit enhancement agreement policy. So then what happens is they're going to really do this initial application. If it's an economic development application, we're going to send it to SEDCO to take a quick look at it. But we're going to have a joint meeting of the SEDCO board and the council. And together, you guys are going to comment on the preliminary application. You're going to say, you're going to highlight any red flags. You're going to give them any advice. You know, it's a little bit like the contract zone piece, but it's going to be another go or no go at this point. If it's a housing application, we met with the Housing Alliance, and this is what they asked for. They felt like they were better off meeting separately than meeting in a joint council Housing Alliance meeting. Partly, I think that's because they already have other processes that likely are programs that likely these applicants are going to be taking part in. So if they wanted to be able to review that along with some of their standards on in terms of their other applications for projects. So they're going to review it in some detail with the applicant. And then both of the comments from the economic development piece and the Housing Alliance come back to the Finance Committee. And it also comes back to the Finance Committee, what we would call really a final application. And that's where the applicants taking the feedback from the council, taking feedback from the Alliance, they're going to put it all together in a final application. This is where they add their financial analysis, including a cost to serve. And so they have to do all of that before they can come back to the Finance Committee. And then the Finance Committee is going to review it. They're going to have a draft contract at that point that the manager has worked on with the applicant. And this is where the Finance Committee is going to say, you know what, we need to add a few more things. We suggest you do X. So it's another review point for an applicant to go through what's happening in that application. And then the finance committee has a couple of steps they need to do. They can rate the application. They can look again at some very specific criteria, but they're going to make a recommendation to the full council. Every application is going to go to the council, but it may come with a finance committee recommendation either to pass or not pass. And then that's really where the council reviews the final version, makes any other comments. They may suggest that there's some more negotiation that needs to happen, but they start working on the process and on the application. And at that point, if they get to a point where the full council feels comfortable, then the traditional review process starts. So, right now, I think the assumption is, even though it's not an ordinance, there'll be the process will be, the project will review, a public hearing will be set, and there'll be a couple of final reviews of the council, but a more traditional process. So again, that's about 7 months to the best of my ability in terms of counting. Part of it depends on how fast an applicant can generate an application. So that is, in a nutshell, our
I asked for a robust process and Karen definitely delivered.
Yeah, so that's basically, what's happening. There are some very detailed suggestions about what an applicant needs to talk about when they write the letter to Tom. In my discussions with the Housing Alliance felt like there's some hard things in the list that they did, and there's some easy things. They felt like, particularly for a housing project, they didn't want to make the barrier so high that it never got seen by the council. So that's why you see some easy answers and then some more difficult answers in that.
Excuse me 1 second. So you're saying that there's a portion of this where the applicant come in and just get buried and we don't know anything about it?
I'm sorry, that
So
the
an application can move along and then go away, and because it doesn't pass some threshold and the governing body is never the wiser. Do I not understand that correctly?
an application, the only thing that gets generated is a letter.
So,
So they're not invited to start once they're in the application process, you're going to see it.
and let me state this in the affirmative. So once the application process starts, it should go on the town manager's report, and we should hear it reported either as the application progresses,
Right.
or if it ceases to progress, that should also be reported. That's really what I'm trying to convey, is that there is no portion of the process that is not transparent to the council from start to finish.
Once an application is filed, if it gets to the point of an application being filed, and I suspect in most cases that will be what happens, that will ultimately, in all cases, get to the council. It may come with a negative recommendation from finance committee.
Right.
But all of them will see time before this body.
Right. And
And I guess my question is, does the policy state that?
yes, the policy states that once Tom accepts a letter and saying, yeah, you've met the threshold and, we think you should go forward. It specifically states in here that the full council is notified.
Once the applicant has met the threshold.
Correct.
But if the applicant doesn't meet the threshold,
Mhm.
which may not make them very happy, that is not reported to us.
It's not addressed in the CEA,
Right, and
but
so
it does say that they can.
Well, he might,
Sure.
this is a workshop and I'm working. Okay, so what I'm suggesting is that the council, whatever governing body, should hear
Mhm.
at once a month, some interval, the following people have applied for CEAs. The following people have met the threshold and the following people haven't. And at which point it would seem reasonable for the governing body to ask the question, why? And so if we have all of these steps, it strikes me that one of the criticisms of us is that stuff happens, not transparent. And so I'm suggesting that we put the reporting, we have reporting requirements on the burden on the applicant. We should just have them here so that this whole process from the moment I say I'd like to do this, that becomes reportable, and it just, each step of the process moves forward. I don't think that's unreasonable. It's just an information item in the report.
Counselor, just so you can appreciate, the council that created this policy and what you're referring to is part of the existing policy. We've not modified that. Was very intentional, and I believe one of the express purposes of the policy was to create not just guardrails, but some fairly high hurdles, so as to keep this away from council. Certainly ones that don't meet basic thresholds. If that's a different opinion of this council, we're open to that feedback.
All I can say is it's the opinion of this council.
Yeah, I just want.
I'll leave it to the rest of you.
That's
to chime in on that.
That's in large part what gave rise to this policy in the first place.
Karen, would you mind just backing up one slide, just so that as we have this discussion, we're really talking about step one.
Right.
And so I just want to have kind of what's up on the screen match the conversation that is happening. Yeah, John.
Yeah, I mean, I think what I understand Counselor Cushing to be saying is that we just need to be as communicative and transparent of what's happening. How we document that in the policy, I'm not sure, but I think it's a good idea to say something along the lines of like, all of these steps should be clearly communicated at a town council public meeting, just to make sure that there's awareness of the process and what's going on. Like, I don't think there's anything wrong sharing at step one, something came in and it's being considered, no decision made. Next meeting, decision made. It's moving forward or it's not. Like, I don't see anything wrong with the transparency. It's getting into the weeds of process, but I think it's important to say we want to be as transparent because these things do get reactions from residents. And so the earlier we get it out there, the earlier I think we can just start the process of the public engagement.
So if we put in the policy that the letter that Tom prepares to the applicant saying whether they've met the threshold or not, that goes to the council? Or it's just a,
Just that I'm obligated to make
You
the
just-
council aware of
Okay.
being in receipt of that.
Yeah, I don't care so much as the how in terms of what happens, but just the intent that the council is informed
Okay.
by the town manager.
Okay.
That's my opinion. I don't know if that's different from yours, Don, but that's my opinion.
easy fix.
That's 2 out of 7.
We could certainly talk about it.
Everybody else.
Just to, since we're gonna go into the weeds a little bit, how many applications do we get that don't see the council or, and I'm perfectly fine, from a transparency standpoint, having the town manager and it would, let's take Tom out of the equation. We're
Right.
trying to make this a policy that we're all gonna follow. So the town manager comes to a council meeting and says, somebody contacted Sedco and we didn't think their application was complete, so status denied. Like, I'm trying to think about how that's gonna play out in public in real time during the town manager report in the event that something like that happens. And so I want to build in transparency, but at the same time, like, sometimes information is completely extraneous, and having extraneous information come to the council probably was what the previous council was trying to avoid to some extent.
Could I
Counselor
ask,
Fellows.
yeah, could I ask, thank you. I don't know who would be the best person to ask this. I don't know if it's the town manager or someone else who was involved previously when thinking about the impetus behind that aspect of the policy, but from the previous council, was there any concern about any perception of politicization of that process if the council was brought into it at too early a stage?
No,
Or is it more
I
about
mean,
just
to be
flow of information?
To be
and-
frank, this idea of a policy came on the heels of the Down CEA being approved, which had, huge financial implications. And the council at the time wanted a policy, so any future ones would have a process to follow, and information would be obtained that the council at the time thought was important for them to have in their hands. So that was the background to it. And if I'm being honest, I think that council wanted to make it fairly difficult for these things to come forward, frankly.
So I will say that we certainly have had people come forward, and once we explain the process and the amount of publicity early on, they've rethought whether or not they wanted to come forward, which is fine. We're gonna have a public process, and that's, you can't get away from that. But sometimes they've pulled out and said, thanks, but we're gonna go a different way. And someone like that, I don't think we'd want to put names to, I don't think we want to put names on who's applied. I do think we want to say to the applicant, hey, if Tom denies you and you think that was unfair, number one, you could resubmit, or we could take it to the council at that point.
Or the applicant could take themselves straight to the council.
Yeah.
And I suspect that might happen if they feel like they've been treated unfairly. I think you've witnessed any number of folks that aren't shy to come and express their opinions. What was I going to say? I had something very thoughtful to say.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very process-oriented, very detailed policy that I don't think you find in any other town, which is fine. That's Scarborough, that's us. What we want to do is just make it clear, how you're gonna follow the path
I
here.
was just going to respond to the frequency. They happen with relative infrequency. What we've
Correct.
seen of late is housing reliant or housing related ones. In fact, I don't recall we've had, actually, we did do one for WEX after the Down CEA, but that never came to fruition, and there has not been a request. More often than not, the way these happen is an initial meeting with a developer almost always throws this in as part of the conversation. And for reasons we may not be aware of, the project doesn't ever proceed. And so what we do in this instance is when that comes up, we say we have a policy and we provide that to them. And again, more times than not, we don't hear again from them, whether the policy scares them away in the process, I don't know, or the project just isn't viable for other reasons.
So to my mind, that is in the course of day-to-day business, and I wouldn't expect that to come here. At the point where an applicant says, I'm in, then it feels to me like, we deal with a lot of issues, and whenever we deal with an issue, we always get a piece of paper that has a history lesson in it. Started here, went here, went here, went here, went here. And so what I'm suggesting is it would be nice to be a part of that history and just to have information once an applicant actually is formal. And if they withdraw, that's good. If we decide they haven't met the threshold for whatever reason, that seems to me to be useful information. And then after we have one that has made the threshold, I think what you've outlined is fine. And then it just moves on through that piece. And that way, no one sitting around here can say, where did that come from? Okay, and that hasn't ever happened before. Yeah, I've probably been guilty of it. So, thank you.
Different topic now, but I do sit on the finance committee. This was months ago, so please bear with me. Nick McGee, I want to thank you for your email. I am not an economic finance person, so I would say when we had the discussion surrounding affordable housing, I was having a little bit of a disconnect. So literally when Nick's saying like, I do not see, affordable housing as an economic tool, and that's what a CEA is used, I think that kind of got to like my uncomfortableness with the affordable housing, or just trying to further understand why we're doing it. So I think one of my questions was, and I apologize for not asking earlier in the process, was that if other towns have CEAs for affordable housing, and if they do, if they're using their housing alliance or that committee as part of the stepping stool. Yeah.
Yes.
I'll answer the first question first. Undoubtedly, other communities are granting CEAs for affordable housing. And I believe, and we have really a resident expert on your board here, and you can speak more definitively to this, but it's my understanding the reason for that is the projects of any scale, the ones that need low-income tax credits to be viable, have to go through a very competitive process. And that process actually assigns points to a number of things, including obtaining a local credit enhancement agreement. And those points are, in most cases, I understand, more valuable and important to the developer than the savings to the bottom line of reimbursement on taxes. So to answer your first question, yes, I'm certain other communities are granting CEAs for the same reasons that we are asked for them. I can't answer with any certainty whether they use an advisory committee of the body to help advise them in that regard.
Well, and I think we're now adding specific language where when we met Corey, he was able to get through the process with an affordable housing project without this added language. And so I think that's something I just want to correlate.
But I might, my recollection of the 3i Home Project, which I believe you're referring to, it was a bit messy and disjointed at the end. There were counselors that were looking for some of the financial analyses and cost to serve. And I remember famously John Clucci saying maybe in one of his final meetings that this is not a financial decision, this is a value decision. And that was probably the flashpoint that said, we need to do something because what we have, we're putting a round peg through a square hole and it's just not working.
I think there were many comments like, why aren't you making them do all the different steps? And it's because that was in the economic development policy. And it's because the economic development policy was never written for that. And so there was a lot of, I think, public consternation on that. Well, why don't they have to do all of these things that an economic development credit enhancement agreement proposal has to do? And so that's really what we were trying to achieve by doing this. And it is funky because credit enhancement agreements under economic development are really guided by the Department of Economic and Community Development, whereas housing CEAs are guided by Maine Housing, and they lay out very specific criteria under which you can do a CEA for housing. And so we tried to cram it all in one, just to make it clear that everybody was going through the same process.
So would I be mischaracterizing CEA if I called it a tax incentive? And I'll tell you the reason I ask is because tax incentives have been around since there have been taxes. We probably all own homes in which we haven't had to pay taxes on the interest on our mortgage because social policy suggested that we wanted to encourage home ownership. It's a very simple, straight example that everyone can relate to. And part of the reason I bring that up is because everyone can relate to it, and that we use the term credit enhancement agreement, which may or may not explain it. But if we're trying to help the public understand what we're doing, we say we have a goal. We set that goal because it's an important national policy. We set that goal because our surveys say it's important to you. And we have tools at our disposal. One of them is tax incentives in which we can motivate and help achieve our goals. And that, to me, is sort of what we're doing here. The problem, as I see it through the retrospective scope, is that people see some voodoo in those three letters, and they're like, we're mixing up a batch of something that is brand new or different, and it is as old as the IRS. And perhaps we should begin to find some language that helps people know what it is we're actually doing.
Yeah, I would say in the context of economic development projects, they could and they should be viewed as incentives. There's no question. I would argue, though, I think in the context of affordable housing, because of I don't know if it's unique to Maine, but because of the system we have in Maine, it is in many respects a key to unlocking the financing required for the project. Yeah, it might save 20 or 30,000 bucks in taxes and help the bottom line, but the real value is getting them access to the low income tax credits. And so that's why I think, at least that's been my understanding, working through 3 of these projects with different developers.
Yeah, it's a long story with state law in terms of,
I understand that, but if we look back, I sat here back when I was new and listened to a lot of people criticize the CEA as if we were giving away stuff and so on and so forth. And to the average person out there, those arguments sounded very credible. People didn't appreciate the fact that that you're absolutely right, Tom, that, you know, somebody has created a structure which creates an incentive to cause the towns to provide money. And so the people who are causing us to do that are basically using tax policy to get something that they want, which is to encourage people who are building affordable housing to get the town to kick in. So,
Can I just, in the spirit of the policy also being an education tool, perhaps to Counselor Cushing's point, some of these things could be pointed out in terms of why would an affordable housing project need to come forward for a CEA? Just to be clear, to Tom's point, that it's less about giving them a tax incentive and more about giving them the opportunity to get access to financing to fund a project that otherwise probably wouldn't happen under traditional financing. And so I just think these are like important, again, in the spirit of this being educational, I think some of this conversation would be good to just be clear in the policy.
and I think Maine Housing thinks of this as if you're going to do a credit enhancement for housing, then you're buying into some commitment to the project.
Just to underscore the importance these points will play, every year there, as I said, it's a very competitive process. There's, only a certain number or percentage of the applicants get funded ultimately. And if you look at the spread between those that were above the line and got funded and those below, a point can make a difference. And CEAs, depending on the makeup, could be as much as 3 points. So they are, along with other factors, could be a deciding factor in the award.
And I will say the policy does call that out and say, hey, applicant, if you're here for housing, you need to tell us how what you're asking for, what's the points associated with it, and how it impacts your application. And you need to tell us what other financing you have in place. So it does ask for that.
and then our question really is whether the project they are proposing furthers this council's goals, which should be a reflection of what the community wants.
Right.
So that really is the ultimate threshold, that when we talked about the 3I project, which is now history, I think that we were suggesting that that is consistent with the goals and spirit of what this council is trying to do relative to housing. And we are here again because we realize that maybe we want to do more of that, and we may as well be absolutely clear about the fact that we are interested in projects that further our goals.
And the policy does specifically call out the comprehensive plan, council goals, and any other policy documents, that are part of the Scarborough, policy environment. It specifically says, please address those.
Not to put Counselor Fellows on the spot, but I'm really interested to hear your perspective, given from your lens as working in this industry. How do you view the draft policy, and is it too burdensome? Or again, more from the industry perspective, like what do you see as the pros and cons? Sorry to put you on the spot. I'm just interested.
Sure.
in your
No, the
perspective.
last time I was here to talk about this, I was up there.
Yeah.
Couple councils ago, so it's a little different. I'm glad to be able to contribute from this side. So first of all, I would say most people and most organizations that are involved in affordable housing development are not easily scared off by process. I mean, it takes a lot of creativity and persistence to get these things structured and funded. And so I do think that a policy like this, like what's being proposed, I think would generally be viewed as helpful. Predictability is always good. And to your comment earlier, Karen, I think there, you know, it is important as it is when you apply for state or federal funding, that it be made, that it's very clear. And I think generally folks will understand that there's no presumption of approval. People understand, particularly when they're going in front of an elected body, as distinct from submitting an application to Maine Housing or the federal government. When you're going in front of a town or city council, that's an inherently political process. And when you're going into a town like Scarborough, where there's always a lot of focus on spending and tax burden and cost to serve and all that, I think that's understood. So I do think that having some clarity and predictability is helpful. And I do remember, as Tom was saying, there was a lot of discussion about from members of the public and the council about how feels like we need to clean this up. And part of it was that those particular circumstances around the 3I project were unique in that it also was kind of falling under the Downs, so that complicated things. I think there was also some, frankly, political baggage that was around that colored some of the attitudes around that. But I do remember distinctly that being one of the takeaways was, geez, I feel like it seems like this needs to be cleaned up so it can't be perceived as being arbitrary or inconsistent. Another comment I would make, and I think Councilor Shoup raised an important point and question is, and I think it's open for discussion, in my opinion anyway, in the council. I personally believe that there's a strong nexus between affordable housing and economic development. I don't know if others agree, but if that is a general premise, it might be helpful to articulate that somewhere in the preamble or whatever we want to call it to this policy, that sort of really stating for the record that the town collectively believes that there is economic development benefit to providing or incentivizing or helping to support affordable housing. And we can talk about the merits of that if people think that's appropriate, but I think that might be helpful as well, and as part of that mission statement or whatever you want to call it.
But we still want them classified as a housing CEA, not
Right.
just under the.
Right. And I
state
also,
law,
and I'll take the opportunity as well to say that absolutely in my experience, a lot of other communities, including the city of Portland, utilize credit enhancement agreements in support of affordable housing. And as Tom said, it sort of does vary in terms of the extent to which housing alliances or whatever the equivalents are in these different communities, whether they're formally involved or not. But it is very commonly done. And it is the only final thing I'll say, and I remember saying this a couple of years ago, is that yes, the points are definitely important when affordable housing proponents are seeking state financing, but the economics are important as well. There's no denying that. Affordable housing properties and projects are uniquely vulnerable to operating costs and things like utilities and taxes. Insurance has been through the roof. So anything that helps provide some predictability and stability definitely helps. Thanks.
I just want to second everything that Corey said. I sort of wondered whether or not there was anyone else out here that felt the way you do to everything you said. Yes.
Third.
Okay, so based on counselor discussion and feedback, we specifically tabled this to our February 5th meeting. And so kind of get a little bit of consensus here as we approach the end of the workshop, what we would like to see happen and some possible recommendations for how if we're feeling prepared to take this on, in 2 weeks. Yeah, John.
Procedurally, just curious for the council's perspective, because this is a policy, it only requires a single reading.
Right.
And so it doesn't require multiple steps. But given our community and how people feel about the three-letter word,
Mhm.
I think it's something we should consider in terms of make it a multi-step process just to allow for more public engagement and feedback. So I'm ready to take it on at the next meeting. I'm just putting that out for discussion if people feel like it should be a multi-step process or fine with it just being a single step.
What do you guys think? I'm open either way. We can certainly add a second reading. What my only concern about that would be is that sometimes when we have a red line document, and we bring it for first reading, if there's not a lot of changes or discussion that we want to have, then we're not going to have any further engagement at a second reading than we would have in a single action item. But we could certainly put it on the agenda twice.
Yeah, that's, I would favor that.
Okay.
And like you said, there may be no public input, but what you're saying is there's no public input with this? We're just gonna vote on it?
Well,
No, it would be on the agenda for the first meeting in February and we'll
and
take public comment at
Public
that time.
comments, okay.
But we would also, we could potentially, in a single action, take action to approve it at that same meeting. And
Right,
so we can spread it out and do a first reading and second reading.
right.
I think the experience is that when no one speaks up at the first reading on something that is very important, and then they read about the fact that we took action, then all of a sudden the light comes on. So it feels to me like maybe we will learn that it doesn't matter how many times we put it on the agenda, the light will only come on after we pass it. And if that's the case, then we should just turn the lights off.
I think it's fair to say that a lot of times when something appears for first reading, the public may not be engaged until that 2-week time between first reading and second reading. So I'm perfectly comfortable adding a layer of process, sure.
I would say stretch it out.
Okay, stretch it out. Other comments, recommendations, questions for Karen before we wrap? Okay, great. Karen, I'm gonna,
Sounds like there are just some minor tweaks that you're asked for. And I would also love to sit down with Nick, because he had a lot of different comments. So if Nick is willing, I'm happy to go through all those details and see if there's anything else we might want to suggest.
don't give him any more time than you feel is warranted. Kidding, of course. And we're talking about former Counselor McGee and he's in the house, so I'm allowed to poke fun because he's here.
Yes.
Any other final comments or questions? Okay, with that, I'm going to go ahead and wrap the workshop and we will reconvene at 7 o'clock for our business meeting. Good evening, everyone, and welcome. This is the Scarborough Town Council regularly scheduled meeting. Tonight is Wednesday, January 22nd, 2025. And if you will please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Kristen, could you call the roll, please?
Counselor Doherty.
Here.
Counselor Cushing,
Here.
Counselor Shoup,
Here.
Counselor Fellows,
Here.
Counselor Donovan.
Here.
Counselor Anderson,
Here.
Chair Seiler.
Here. Item 4 on our agenda is general public comment. If there's anyone in the audience or online wishing to make general public comment on something that is not on our agenda this evening, please take this opportunity to come to the podium.
Hi, Nina McKee, 309 Black Point Road. I almost didn't come tonight because I felt so depressed. I'm not to get into anything political, but it's been a rough time for all of us. And so I just thought it's important to come here and support our local governance. And I want to thank each one of you for the hard work and for the devotion to governance with truth and integrity and goodness. And thank God for you. So this is really important to be the foundation of a lot of stuff. So I just want to thank you with all my heart. And looking at you makes me feel better. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Nina. Is there anyone else daring to make public comment after that?
Madam Chair, this item is on the agenda, but it wasn't slated for public comment.
I will take public comment on all of the agenda items.
Okay. This has, and I'm sorry,
Oh,
I'm running.
Mr. Mind King, you mean, I will take public comment on the agenda item when it comes up on the agenda, even though it doesn't say.
Oh,
public
doesn't
comment.
say it.
Yes, just want to be clear. Thanks, Rick. Anyone else wishing to make public comment on something that's not on the agenda? Okay, at that time, I will go ahead and close public comment then. Item 5 is minutes from January 8th, 2025. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Please don't wait, you guys. Thank you. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? That's unanimous, thank you. Item 6 is adjustments to the agenda. Are there any adjustments this evening? Seeing none. Item 7 is treasurer's warrants. I have signed those and given those to the town clerk. Item 8 is the town manager report, and I will turn it over to Tom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This evening, we've got a special occasion, and we're going to switch things up slightly. I'll use the liberty I have with this agenda item. I see Chief Holmquist taking the podium. This evening, we're going to take a moment just to recognize years of work that the chief and really those before him. I see former Chief Moulton here, and I know he and I had several conversations around this very matter. And I'm certain that his fingerprints are all over what we're about to receive this evening. We're also here to welcome Chief John Kilbride on behalf of the Maine Chiefs Association. And with that, gentlemen, I will let you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Stand way back, I guess.
Chief John, 1 second.
We good? Okay, very good. Thank you, everyone. My name is John Kilbride, and I'm currently the police chief for Falmouth. But tonight, I sit on the executive board for the Maine Chiefs of Police, and I have the privilege of presenting the Scarborough Police Department with their accreditation plaque. Just briefly, I want to give you a little backstory. What is accreditation? What does it look like in Maine law enforcement? The Maine Chiefs of Police Association has conducted many department reviews over the years at the request of municipal leaders around the state. These reviews were generally prompted by something negative happening with a particular agency, and the final reports were put on a shelf without being reviewed comprehensively. After conducting some of those reviews around 10 years ago, the leaders of the Maine Chiefs of Police Association were interested in developing a program that would help agencies proactively work to prevent common problems from arising and impacting their communities. This program is MLEAP. Chief Moulton's here. Chief Moulton was part of the grassroots of that. Chief, it's good to see you. The Maine Law Enforcement Accreditation Program, MLEAP, is a voluntary process where police agencies in Maine prove their compliance with the Maine law enforcement current best practices standards. These standards were carefully developed by the Maine law enforcement professionals and assist agencies in efficient and effective delivery of the services and protection of individual rights. Being accredited means that the agency meets or exceeds all the identified standards for the Maine law enforcement agency. These standards cover all aspects of law enforcement operations, including the use of force, protection of citizen rights, pursuits, property and evidence management, patrol and investigative operations. While being accredited does not guarantee an agency will make a mistake or does not ensure the agency has carefully thought out these critical issues, has developed policy and procedures to address them, and has systems in place to identify and correct problems. Are you Maine Municipal here? Oh, wonderful. You'll like this. There is also a financial component attached with a 15% reduction in liability insurance from the Maine Municipal Association with an accredited police department. MLEAP assures both governing bodies and citizens of a community that their law enforcement agency is operating in a manner that reflects the current best practices of law enforcement. It reduces sworn member and agency risk. It can provide citizens with reassurances and improved community cooperation, and can also lead to the improved performance of the department. Accredited status is good for 3 years, and then Scarborough will have to go through the process again under the manual in place at the time. Including Scarborough PD, there are currently 35 departments in Maine that are accredited from over 160 law enforcement agencies. I think you can recognize the effort, commitment, and dedication displayed by Chief Holmquist and his team and the citizens of Scarborough for attaining this status. You should be very proud of your Scarborough Police Department. Congratulations, Chief. So I'm going to present this plaque to Chief Holmquist, and let me just read it to you. I'm sure it will hang on the wall of the lobby so the citizens can see this. This is just a great accomplishment, and it is no easy task, I assure you. Let me read this for you for the folks at home. The Maine Law Enforcement Accreditation Program, the plaque says, for serving as a model of excellence in law enforcement and successfully meeting the professional standards established by the Maine Chiefs of Police Association and the Maine Law Enforcement Accreditation Program. Scarborough Police Department has reached the highest level of professionalism and integrity and is hereby recognized as a state-accredited law enforcement agency for a period of 3 years. Well done. Thank you, Chief. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Chief Kilbride, and thank you to the Maine Chiefs of Police Association for recognizing us here tonight for our hard work. And this hard work began several years ago when we decided to take a hard look at our policies, not only revamping those policies, but making sure that they were current and in good keeping with best practices being done, not only in our state, but also around the nation. And we already know that Chief Moulton is here tonight, and I see Deputy Chief John O'Malley just walked in the door right on time, and Deputy Chief Marla St. Pierre is also here, and they were invited because they played an integral part in our department today. When I took over 3 years ago, I knew that Scarborough was a special place. I knew that throughout my career in law enforcement, that Scarborough was always one of those premier agencies. And when I took over as chief, I knew that I was blessed to take over the department that I had in front of me. It was a well-run department, and I thank these 3 retirees as well as the current staff that has been here while I've been here, and many years beforehand, for developing the team that we have. Special thanks to Deputy Chief Dave Grover and Lieutenant Tim Barker. Those 2 gentlemen, in addition to their regular duties, which are already busy enough, they spearheaded this effort to get us on the right path to accreditation. And several months ago, we threw our hat in the ring and decided to try to get accredited, making sure that all our policies and everything else were in a row and ready to be inspected. And that process took place in September, actually October, by the assessing group. So special thanks to everyone who took part in this, especially our team. We have our admin staff here. They're integral in this entire process, but it's the men and women that make up the Scarborough Police Department that I am so proud of, and they are the ones that make us shine each and every day. So thank you very much. If you don't mind, we'd like to take a photo, real quick photo.
We would love to do
All right,
that.
thank you. Whole team, yeah. Come on up.
Yeah, pull this chair. What we got? All right. Thank you for indulging that. I think certainly something to take a moment and just celebrate and recognize. I was reminded seeing Lieutenant Barker come in the back here. Lieutenant Barker is our 10th graduate of the FBI Academy, which is quite a feat for a department in Maine. Not all 10 are still on the force, but through the course of history, Scarborough has had tremendous success with sending folks to Quantico, getting some excellent training, and by way of Maine departments, I think that's got to be right up there in terms of graduates. I see Chief nodding in the back. So, so congratulations. So on to my report. Here I am, a broken record with the Eastern Trail, but I have committed to keeping it on, and I will. I had a conversation this afternoon with our consultants, and I looked to a number of faces in the audience here from the development community. I've heard through the course of my career, at least back here in Maine, with challenges with DEP, and we are now the recipient of those challenges with DEP. There's chronic staff shortages. There's actually been some illness in the particular reviewing agent for our application. That is the cause of the delay. But as I sit here again tonight, we have been told we've seen a draft permit, so it has been drafted. We just need it issued at this point. All other things are ready to roll, just waiting on that permit. With respect to Black Point Road repair, staff has been working very closely. Angela Blanchett has really taken lead on that project with our consultants. At this point, staff is providing final comments to the final design. We've coordinated a number of meetings with the abutters in coordinating some of the logistics of the construction. As you may appreciate, that area is fairly tight. It's private property all around, certainly water on one side. So just executing the construction is going to be a bit of a challenge. We're very focused on getting that work done this spring and wrapped up before the busy summer season. So we've got a tight timeline, but so far we're hitting those marks. I'll also mention we did get a final cost estimate in, or I should say a cost estimate in from our engineer. It came in just under $3 million. We had been carrying $4 million, so we're in good shape by way of FEMA reimbursement. And there is a 10% local match, which can be satisfied by in-kind services. And clearly there will be a fair amount of in-kind associated with this project. So we're hopeful to cover that through that method. With respect to transportation grants, staff's been busy. I've reported on multiple occasions here in these chambers. We've been working for the better part of a year with partners at the state and a number of other stakeholder groups regarding the section of Route 1 across the marsh, a very sensitive area, one that has been prone to flooding and will continue to be. But there's a lot of different interested folks, understandably, given the sensitivity of the marsh on either side. There's tremendous momentum. I've never experienced the sort of interest that's shown at state levels. So much so, we are in a position, or I should say the state will be in a position to apply for a US DOT grant later in February. And there will be an action item before this body at your February 5th meeting that will acknowledge a local match component and also provide a letter of support for the application that the state will provide. The local match is 5% in this case, and that equates to about $880,000. The project, just for your, just to put it in relative terms, it's about a $50 million project. So very pleased again with the speed with which and the attention that's been given to the problem and really the collaborative nature from all the different stakeholder groups. So we're very hopeful we'll have a successful application this spring, and I'll certainly continue to keep you updated. The other grant that we've been working on is one that the town will be applicant for. It's a matter on your agenda for consideration this evening under Resolution 2502. This is in cooperation with the Crossroads Group, the Downs Development. They have hired a series of consultants to help support the grant writing effort. I'm pleased to acknowledge my town staff, really the three persons sitting in the front row. Autumn Spear, Karen Martin, and Angela Blanchett have really done the heavy lifting in terms of contributing to the application. I'll provide some more context and detail when the matter comes up on your agenda. But I just wanted to mention that we are working feverishly. It does look like we'll be able to check all the boxes, so to speak, and make application by the January 31st deadline. That one also has a local match. It's a different grant program, so it's a higher match. It's at 20%. And based on the cost estimates for about a $21 million project, it's about a $4 million local match. Again, we'll talk about that in some greater detail when the matter comes up on the agenda. I've been invited to participate in GPCOG's so-called Chairs in a Circle. I'm not sure if Council Chair and Vice Chair are.
I think we are both RSVP'd, yes.
Good. So I will see you there next Thursday. I believe I was invited to be part of that, as they expect the theme of that conversation will in large part be surrounding property taxes and different programs through the legislative efforts to provide some relief to property tax. And so I've been asked just to be there as a bit of a technical resource. So I'm pleased to join you that evening. The council will be meeting to do its annual goal setting this Saturday morning here in these chambers. It's a meeting that it's open to the public. The council is convening as a body. Will not be televising that event. It will be as long as it needs to be, but typically a couple of hours at least to kind of work through that. I will credit the council. There's a lot of advance work, so I think you've done some really good work, and hopefully that's going to help ease that and speed that along. And this year, the council's been kind enough um, to welcome our senior staff to have a conversation before they do their goals, so we can help advise what we're working on, what the future looks like, what our staffing capacity is, and really help manage expectations. So when you do goal setting, you're mindful of staff's ability to help support those efforts. And so very pleased that you've given us that opportunity this year. Also, I just want to mention in passing, somewhat out of the blue, I bumped into an old colleague. This region is challenged by transit. There's 6 or 7 or 8 different transit providers in really a fairly small area. Transit is challenging even at scale, and just to do it decentralized as it is. So I bumped into a colleague that is partner or is part of Metro, which is the services Portland. And most recently, they're servicing South Portland, and that's a big change for the region. All of a sudden, they're starting to get scale. They've also been successful in extending service to the north, to Falmouth, Freeport, and as far as in Brunswick as well. And so I think we're an obvious part of the next conversation. And we're starting to have projects in town and creating critical mass and destinations that I think make that transit discussion even more productive. I believe that's certainly a central point that's coming through the transportation plan as well. So we'll be having a meeting just to talk about what the possibilities are, and I'll be sure to keep you advised. A few last things. I want to advise the council and the public. As you're aware, for a number of years, we've been in leased space for Community Services Department. This was done initially during the first year of the pandemic and trying to sort out and find space to be able to serve our community's kind of new needs. And we've remained in that space through a lease extension. In the meantime, we've had some detailed conversations around the community center. Those haven't gained traction, such that there's no kind of clarity in terms of end in sight. That doesn't mean that I and others are going to give up on that conversation, but we need time for that to kind of work through. And I think, quite frankly, right now the focus is and needs to be on the school. So we're working with the landlord for a 3-year extension. You can write this down. We have a tape to remind me of this. I fully intend this will be the last extension. But we really do need space, first and foremost, for just the administrative offices, but also very proud of the programming they've been able to do at that location, that if we pull them back here, even if that was possible, I don't think it is, all of that would go away, and that would be a tragedy. So effectively, we're looking at 4% increases over the next 3 years. I think that's all very manageable. It's built into the budget already. So I want to make you aware of that, and I'll be moving that forward in the next couple of weeks. 2 last things. We did sit through bond rating calls this week. As the council's aware, we're going out for a $4 million bond issue or so. This is a collection of projects through our CIP process. This is kind of a customary process. So myself and key members of staff sat through those rating calls. I will say that they were very favorable. A number of the points, and I've had the pleasure of sitting in on those calls every year I've been here essentially. So I've heard the criticisms and the weak points, and we very pleased to say we've addressed those, and the analysts are acknowledging that. So I won't go so far as to predict the outcome. I can say with certainty there will be no downgrade. We'll certainly be staying where we're at. But we're due to find out next week in both counts, and we'll certainly make the council and the public aware of that, particularly if there's good news. And lastly, just to put on your calendar, the All Board Summit. This is something that we'd like to get back to. We're going to hold it again at the hub in the warehouse, if you will, on February 13th. We haven't finalized all the particulars yet, but I expect it will be a 6 PM start or so, a couple of hours. I'll be working with council leadership in terms of how to organize that event, but by then, the council will have adopted its goals. For me, I think a great opportunity when we have everyone convened is to spend some time going through the council goals and for committees to appreciate them and to start thinking about how they can help advance them. So I think that will be a major theme. And for those that have participated in the past, it's really great to get folks together and to see the collection of talent and expertise we have in our community that is all pulling in the same direction. So again, February 13th at the Hub, and more information to come. With that, final piece, and this is the last piece, I promise. Norman Kildow is here. He'll provide the quarterly financial report.
Welcome, Norm.
Thank you. Good evening. So tonight's message, we're here, it's 6 months into the fiscal year, the halfway point. And the message tonight is we're pretty much right on target with everything. So this is going to be a somewhat bland report, but here we go.
Land's good.
Land is good, yes. So overall, we're just slightly, if you look at the schedule, which we'll get to the next slide, it will show that we're at 57% on spending, but a lot of that is made up with encumbrances of annual contracts. So the money's reserved for the whole year. So really, we're right on target when you take out the public works encumbrances and the IT contracts. So revenues are performing as expected. I'll highlight that excise taxes are slightly ahead of estimate at this point, and our interest earnings are way ahead of estimates at this point because the Federal Reserve has chosen not to make any changes to interest rates. So my projection, as I was reading the comments in the financial markets, that we would have 2 or 3 cuts by this point have not come to fruition. So here we are making above budget on our interest earnings. So not to forget the negative side, and they're really not negatives. They're more timing issues. Our TIF transfers to the TIF funds happened in the second half of the year. So we haven't done those yet. And we haven't done the 50% if you were following along systematically. And the other comparison to last year, we had done the bond issue in the fall in the second quarter, and it's going to happen here in the third quarter. So it just comparatively slipped a quarter. So that's really not anything negative. It's just more timing. Now, so if we could go to the table. This is what I was referring to. So you see that, everybody's right around the 50% mark on their year-to-date spend. Education is slightly below, so they're holding within their budget. So all is good at this point. If we could go forward to. So let's stop there. So I mentioned interest. You see, we're approaching 70%. We're way ahead on our budget there. So this highlights a few of our revenues that I wanted to share. You see the other financing sources. That's where I mentioned the bond proceeds will come in later in the year. So we'll catch that up as soon as the bond issue closes. If we can go on. Let's keep going. This table highlights education. As I said, all of their categories are right on target. The 2 smaller ones are slightly above, but they're not major expenses, so they're not a drag on the spend. So if we can go to the next one. And these are our just a few revenues that we typically highlight in this presentation. Again, mentioning the excise tax at 51% of estimate, and our investment income, I'm at 87% on that, so I've almost reached my estimate at this point in the year, so we'll have no trouble making that. And I think that's all I want to highlight today, and I'll take questions.
Thank you, Norm. Does anyone have any questions for Norm? No, I
like
think
it.
you're off the hook for tonight this
All
evening.
right.
Thank you,
like it.
sir. I appreciate you preparing that material. Even if we don't necessarily have questions quarter to quarter, I think it's great to have those charts easy to read and publicly available, just so that anybody who is curious can get that quick overview. So thank you very much for doing that. Before we move on, does anyone have any questions for Tom on his town manager's report? Okay, then I will move on to the next item on the agenda. And as I explained before, for anyone who's new or is not a frequent flyer of our meetings, I will take public comment on each order as they come up. And so even though it doesn't explicitly say that at each one, I will make opportunity there. So Resolution 25-002 is act on the request to approve Resolution 25-002, authorizing the submission of a US DOT RAISE grant for the improvement of the Payne Road corridor. I'm going to pass this over to Tom.
Just public comment after I introduce?
Yeah, why don't you do an introduction and then we'll take public comment.
Thank you. As I alluded to this during my manager's report, this came to this body, frankly, in these chambers. You might recall, we invited the Downs team back for an annual kind of check-in. They're outside of the required time, but they were gracious enough to grace us with their presence back in early October. And one of the final slides, you may recall, or if you don't, I will help you recall, was a bit, what's next steps and kind of areas for partnership. And one of those areas was, joining together and seeking different ways to fund some of these high dollar value and very important traffic improvements, transportation projects. And so with that, later that same month, we convened a meeting. I see Dave Dickey here. Met with, and I believe a couple of counselors, I think John and April were part of that, Angela was part of that. And it was a very positive meeting. There were some grant opportunities their consultant had identified, and really following that, we kind of divided into teams, the Downs team and some of their consultants, and then town staff all kind of shared the load. And we met for the first time, I think on November 6th, or no, November 22nd. So I bring this chronology up just to talk about how much lead time we had getting to this point. So we really started the conversation in late November, and here we are in mid-January. It's really a credit to all the folks of the team pulling together to pull this application together. In this instance, the town needs to be the applicant. This is a federal grant program that is not accessible to private entities. The program, or excuse me, the grant that we're seeking is one that may be familiar to you. It's essentially the same project that we envision as part of the Payne Road traffic impact fee. It's improving the entire corridor from exit 42 essentially to the Gorham Road intersection. So the town itself had previously identified as this is the deficiency, so much so that we imposed our newest traffic impact fee on the area. We also had the advantage through that process of having fairly up-to-date concept designs and cost estimates. So that certainly helped us in this regard. So in all told, it's about a $21 million project currently as it's envisioned. The grant program does require a 20% local match, which is around a $4 million number. I'm before you this evening, just given the importance and the magnitude of the grant, seeking your authorization to pursue and file the grant application. And then should we be successful, that will be a good problem to have a conversation around how we're going to identify local funds to meet the match requirement. I don't believe we have adequate resources. I know we don't, but certainly any traffic impact fees that have been collected would be possible to go to that. I believe certain TIF revenues are also eligible. And so I think we do, have some resources to look at. And again, I think it would be a good problem to have to be identifying ways to make a local match and leverage a $16, $17 million grant. So I really chalk this up as nothing ventured, nothing gained. I think the partners are committed to applying this time and then continuing. I think we've fallen into a good cadence. But again, we've worked so hard and we believe we have an application complete enough to submit on the deadline. So by way of introduction, long-winded, that's what we're here for.
Perfect. Thank you, Tom. At this time, I will open this item up for a public comment. If there's anyone in the audience wishing to make public comment, please approach the podium or raise your hand online. Welcome, sir. Yep.
Peter Bishop, 63 Fog Road in Crossroad Holdings. I just want to point out something. What drew our attention to this matter is the surrounding communities are doing this, and they're taking the dollars and they're improving their infrastructure, which is also helping them create economic development and incentives for businesses to come in. So there are continuing benefits of doing versus putting it on the taxpayers' back or the developers' back, because all we do is pass it on. So the town gets too expensive for businesses to be established in. So this is a big deal. The other point I want to make to you, Leighton, the consultants we hired to tap these funds and bring it to the town, they said if we had 3 or 4 letters of what do you call them, Dave? Sorry, letters of support. Excuse me. We've got 20 all the way from Shelley Pingree office on down. They've never seen that before. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will go ahead and go online. We saw your hand pop up, Mrs. Hamilton, so. Yep.
Hi, Denise Hamilton, Two Rod Road. I think this infrastructure improvement is obviously long overdue. It seems like it should have been in place before the blow up of development in this area. But it's sad because a couple of years ago, you did this so-called big improvement on Payne Road. And back when that was being done, I asked, who designed it? Because obviously the people who designed it don't travel the road in that area. They don't know the development in the area and what's down the pipeline. And it's going to be money flushed down the toilet in just a couple of years. And here we are. It's money that's gone to waste of so-called road improvement that was done just not that long ago. And when it should have been a 4-lane road back before the Downs even began their development, because now what's going to happen with all this development in the area that has already occurred and that's in the pipeline, you're going to be tearing up a major road, causing more traffic congestion, more safety during the construction, in the roadway, so-called roadway improvement that was done on Payne Road has seen more accidents occur. So I hope that the design of this improvement, if this grant goes through, that you really don't rush in the design. Make sure it's going to work for the area, not create more traffic congestion, safety hazard, accidents. Do it right. Don't put the cart before the horse. Do it right. And it should have been done years ago and before development. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go back to the room.
Thank you. Ben Flanders, 39 Clearview Drive. I also serve on the planning board. I'd like to echo Ms. Hamilton's comments that really each time we get a project in, we charge, traffic impact fees, but they're only responsible for their small portion of the traffic that is being added. And we can't really do anything effective to the entire project. And everyone in this town knows that the Payne Road corridor is horrible. There's traffic all hours of the day, there's accidents, there's everything. So I really want to agree with her and urge you guys to take action on this, because it's really important that we have a working roadway that we can all use and get around town. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir. I will go back online. Mr. Caprone.
Can you hear me now?
We can.
Hi, my name is Ken Capron, and I wanted to mention a couple things. First, I think you might want to look at that raise grant again. It's due on January 30th, not the 31st. The second thing I wanted to mention was I went to Ms. Martin over a week ago to talk about also having a project raise grant partnership. And I haven't had any response from her, and so it was a surprise to me tonight to find out that already has the council approved one raise grant. The raise grant that I applied for, or that I asked to be for Scarborough to help with, was a $25 million grant with zero public funds, zero match requirement. And I'm not sure why that hasn't progressed any further. It seems like it's a pretty easy shot to approve a research to develop a new prototype for a brand new mode of transportation, and deployment of a pilot study with the potential of adding as many as 4 different factories, which, at least as far as I understand, would be tax-paying factories. So if you're looking for money for your road, I mean, you're passing up an economic development opportunity that would essentially pay for a good chunk of that road. And I'm looking at the area across from Higas Parkway as a perfect place to put that. But I haven't nobody has gotten back to me. Ms. Martin hasn't gotten back to me. Tom has not gotten back to me to discuss my request for $25 million support through the RAISE grant. Oddly enough, in talking with the people at the RAISE grant, they were surprised to notice that they've never had a research project go through that grant before. And so I was promised that it would be prioritized because it's something that is part of the grant document to include research and development of prototypes and deployment. So I just wanted to know why that has been excluded, knowing full well that there is another RAISE grant. There's the one on Payne Road, which I think is a great idea, but there's another one also which I don't know if it's being included or not. But originally, and the grant allows up to 3 different grants. As part of the secret, and so the city of, or excuse me, the town of Scarborough would be eligible for all 3 if they get them in on time. And so I'm just curious what happened. I was trying to dot my I's and cross my T's. I think I must have dotted my T's and crossed my I's.
Thank you, Mr. Capron. Anyone else wishing to make public comment on this? With that, I will go ahead and close public comment. Do I have a motion?
Second.
Excellent. Counselor discussion. Counselor Cushing, you want to get us started, please?
Oh, I'd love to. So earlier tonight, we had a workshop, and I was suggesting around the CEA process that we begin the communication process with the council earlier. And the commenter here, I was frankly unaware that we had a gentleman who was applying for a grant and apparently, or trying to get some interest, and apparently not been given too much consideration. I think the man came to our podium a while ago and discussed some things that some people probably would characterize as a little out there. But I'm guessing that the telephone or the cell phone were probably characterized that way at one point in time. And so I fully support the RAISE grant, and I'm excited that we're going to go forward with it. But I also think that it is important that as these things come forward and they're considered or discarded, we're not put in a position where we hear about it from somebody from the public. And so I think in the case of the RAISE grant, I remembered the portion of the discussion where we had the report, and I was pretty excited that we were going to partner possibly with Crossroads. I heard Councilor Anderson say he was on it, and those of you who have any experience with Councilor Anderson understand that when he says he's on it, you can probably sit back and relax, which I did. And then came to understand where we were at in the process quite late in the process. And I mean, it probably sounds like I'm being critical here, and I'm really not. I think that, you know, I'm not here to make trouble, I'm here to make progress. And what I'm trying to suggest is that if we're more proactive about some of this stuff, we can avoid a lot of trouble down the road. And we can also avoid the appearance that something nefarious is going on, which I don't think it is. Thank you. If this has my support, I will vote for it.
Thank you, Counselor Cushing. Your points are well taken. Counselor Anderson.
Yeah, first I just do want to point out that all of us did receive an email on December 27th, something from Mr. Capron on this request. So it was put in front of us, and I guess we're also probably guilty for not pushing it or asking for action, like myself included. During the holiday season, I shut off and didn't do a good job keeping up with my emails. So I think we do owe him an apology for not, or I personally apologize for not seeing this and then asking for additional support or questions. So, but that aside, you know, to some of the feedback we heard, I do really just want to give kudos to Angela and the work that was done with the transportation study and the transportation committee, because they really did look at the design for this. And that committee has such an eye for detail, and they all understand that area. And I think it was a great discussion. So I would encourage anybody who's interested to hear a little bit more about the design to watch the transportation committee. I can't remember which one it was, but it was before we took it on for impact fees. So a lot of hard work did go into that. And so I think it really is something that was designed with Scarborough in mind to address a lot of problems. In some ways, we even heard from the development community maybe too much when we were having the impact fee conversation. So again, I do think we do have a really good design going forward. We've talked a lot at the council, or maybe more in the finance committee than at the council level, about a desire to pursue grants more as a means to offset reliance on debt. This is new for us, I think, to pursue something of this size, you know, as a sponsor. So again, I think it's going to be a learning for us to figure out how do we want to do these going forward, especially if we are pursuing these really large grants. I think historically we approve grants that come to us that I recall never anything of this dollar value. It's usually a couple $1,000s that we get, or I mean, it's not a little bit of money, but it's not something of this size, and the match isn't always part of it. So I'm excited that we're trying it. I'm excited to see what happens if we do get awarded it, and I'm excited to, you know, deliberate what we want to do when it gets accepted. As in terms of the match, you know, I really hope that Crossroads continues to partner with us and figure out a way to help with the local match. I think that would just, you know, make it easier for the taxpayer as well. But again, I'm supportive of this going forward and interested to see if it gets accepted.
Thank you, John. I think you raise a really good point, just in terms of for the council's awareness and for the public awareness, that the resolution tonight is authorizing Tom to submit the application. In the event that we are awarded the grant, we will have to take formal action to accept, and there will be a process in place to decide how and if we want to pursue the grant so that we can develop where that local match would come from. And so this by no means is the last stop on this train. In the event that we are awarded the grant, there will be significant process to help us get to what exactly we want to do. And I'm sure at that point too, you know, we can discuss our partnership with the Downs, which I think Counselor Anderson quite adeptly gave a hat tip to indicate that we certainly would be interested in making sure that some of those funds come from the Downs. Yeah, Counselor Doherty.
Yeah, I think that we should pursue what this guy just talked about. I think we're just applying for it.
Right.
Shouldn't we be applying for this too?
Uh,
Can we apply for both at the same time and then see what happens with each one?
I'm not personally familiar with the details of what the public commenter was requesting that we pursue, and so I can't answer that question in
Well, I
real
think we
time.
should pursue the details of what he wants us to pursue. Maybe the town manager should follow up.
Other counselor comments?
I'd like to hear a comment from the town manager.
Yeah, I honestly don't, you know as much as I do about Mr. Capron's idea. I have not had the occasion to sit down with him. I don't believe we could submit 2 applications in the same round. Even if we did, I think that would be perilous. You're not, my estimation, you're not likely to get awarded both. And so
No.
this process was underway. I think we had good momentum. We have very clear sight. It's a project that this community's already recognized and embraced. The other project is something we need to know a lot more about before we invest staff time and effort. These applications aren't simple, I assure you. I also just want to clarify, under normal circumstances, well, in all circumstances, grant acceptances are done by council. So very often staff will apply for grants. In those cases, either there's no match or we've already identified the source of the local match. So that much is done. And in many cases, we'll have months or years of awareness and we'll have budgeted the match through the annual budget process. In this case, given the fact that we didn't have awareness at budget time, don't have the local match identified, and the sheer magnitude, not to mention just the transparency that we're doing this, I thought it was important to come forward with a resolution like this, just seeking your involvement and authorization to proceed with the application.
And to your point, Counselor Doherty, and honestly, to Dawn's point as well, you know, we're in uncharted territories with applying for these grants, and just like the CEA conversation, you know, establishing some norms and some potential policies on how these things come forward is certainly a discussion that we can have as a council, just to make sure that we are being consistent. Other counselor comment on the resolution? With that, I will go ahead and call the vote. All those in favor? I show that as unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving through our agenda, old business, order number 24-114 is second reading on the proposed amendments to Chapter 405 zoning ordinance to add Section 10A, wetland setbacks and vegetated buffers. Welcome, Autumn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me share my screen. Just have a couple of slides tonight. At our last meeting, we held the public hearing on January 8th. And at that meeting, staff told you that we're exploring some additional amendments to the proposal based on some comments that we had heard. And so in your packet was a memo just sort of explaining those 3 ordinance changes, and then the text following are the actual amendments. And so before you, these are the 3 staff proposals, and the blue text on the screen is the actual wording in the language. So the first one was to provide more flexibility within the ordinance, and we added a setback reduction potential to reduce the 25-foot setback down to a 15-foot revegetated buffer rather, if you are doing wetland fill and you have permitting. We also provided an exemption for required conservation subdivisions. I think I had told you, it was a bit weedy conversation, but we were more comfortable with when those are required, that ordinance takes care of the wetlands. And then we put in a date to be extended to May 1st for this to go into effect. So just a little bit more, we showed you a picture last time of what the overall wetland setback would look like with the 10-foot no disturb area, the 15-foot vegetated buffer. This is what the setback reductions could be with the planning board ability to waive some of that distance. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Autumn. Does anyone have any questions before I open up for public comment specifically? Okay, thank you, Autumn. Okay, at this time, I'm going to go ahead and open this up for public comment. I will preface this by saying that because it's 3 separate order numbers, it can get a little bit cumbersome to take public comment on each individual order. And so what I have been doing is opening it up for public comment on the setbacks in general. You're welcome to come up and use your 3 minutes. And then, although I will take public comment on the remaining 2 order numbers, I really would appreciate if everyone who wishes to make public comment on the wetland setbacks uses the first opportunity and then doesn't kind of become a repeat commenter unless you have something specific to say about the next order number. And so with that, I will go ahead and open it up for public comment.
Hi, Nina McKee, 309 Black Point Road. I just have to make this one comment. With all my heart and all my soul, I wish it were a lot more than 15 feet. I live on the marsh and, it's so precious. And I just hope that development will be okay, because a big thing in my life is Phlagmites. And Phlagmites loves anything that comes from development, chemicals, whatever. So I know this will pass, but I just can't let it go without just saying that I wish it were a heck of a lot more, but it's not going to be. Anyway, I just had to say it. Thank you.
Thank you, Nina. While people go ahead and get settled in the room, approaching the podium, I will go ahead and take online public comment. So Denise, we can see your hand if you want to go ahead and speak.
Denise Hamilton, Two Rod Road again. I support the wetland setback. However, what I don't support is not having this go in effect until May 1st, because all you're doing, again, is accommodating the developers to rush to get their applications into the town before this goes into effect. There's a reason why you're looking at wetland setbacks, and it should go into effect upon the vote, not delayed. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to the room.
Thank you, Madam Chair and fellow members of the council. And I'm sorry for my abrupt entry into the meeting today. My name's Rick Meinking and I live at 23 Hearn Road. I'm here as my last official duty as chair of the Scarborough Sustainability Committee to convey our support for the amendments to the wetland setbacks and the vegetated buffers. The Sustainability Committee discussed these amendments, and we paid particular attention to the activities associated with how these amendments came together. I know this council is aware of these activities, but it's important that the public knows. These amendments were vetted and proposed by the Conservation Commission starting in August of 2023. It was brought to the SETCO board in March of 2024, then to the Council Ordinance Committee in April. SETCO held a developer forum in May of 2024, and there was a working group roundtable in August of 2024, before it went back to your Ordinance Committee in October 2024. This council has held its first reading and subsequent referral to the planning board in December of 2024. And here we are now at the second reading. These proposed amendments have been given extensive vetting by staff, committees, and stakeholders. What you have tonight is a compromise solution to take another step forward in the continued efforts by this town to protect the valuable wetland resources. On behalf of the Sustainability Committee, I ask that you unanimously approve these amendments to Chapter 405 zoning ordinance. Thank you, and thank you for your service to Scarborough.
Thank you.
My name's Kathleen Miller. I live at 277 Broad Turn Road, and I'm a member of the Conservation Commission. Thank you to all the counselors for taking the time to think about this, the implications of the proposed wetland setback, and for hearing the perspectives of your fellow residents. I wanted to speak to something that I heard at the last meeting, which is the idea that this proposal will create the need for developers to change course mid-project. I am sympathetic to their concerns about how change affects their work. None of us like to change our plans, especially when it might cost us more money. I believe that our excellent town staff do a good job of trying to balance the needs of the people proposing projects and thinking about the long-term implications of the decisions that are made. We're living in a time of great uncertainty, a time of rapid shifts in our climate and our political system. We see disasters unfolding all around the country that seem to strike out of nowhere and upend people's lives. There is nothing stopping the next disaster from hitting us here in Maine. We are all being required to change course rapidly and often unwillingly. These setbacks are a small piece of protection for wetlands that could help us literally weather the next storm. Every choice we make now matters. We don't know what the future will bring, but we have an opportunity to plan for how our town on the edge of the coast will be impacted by the changes that we know are coming. I urge you to vote to protect all of our wetlands by building in this small setback. Thank you for your time and your service.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Cressy Maurer, and I live at 20 Meeting House Road. I spoke at the last public reading of this ordinance, and I definitely support it. I am worried a little bit about the the proposed amendments. I hope that this flexibility for developers doesn't just become a big loophole, and that it's not something that is granted rarely rather than on a regular basis. We really need these setbacks. We're having much higher precipitation, more concentrated. This buffer zone, this setback is going to really provide, a sponge, an ability to absorb that extra rainwater and prevent flooding. So it will protect private property as well. And when the developers have left, the people who are in those developments are going to have to deal with that. So anyway, I support the setback, and I just hope that the amendments do not create a huge loophole. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor.
Good evening, Eddie Wooden, 34 Clearwater Drive. Thank you, Town Council. A lot of familiar faces. Your volunteers, you do a great job. Thank you. And Manager Tom Hall, you're doing a great job as well. Thank you. I'm in full support of the 25-foot setback. I'd be interested in the definition of the wetland buffer. And by the by, the Commission, Conservation, great job. You're under the radar, not a lot of limelight, but you've worked on it for so long. And Marla, Zando, and many others whom I know coming out of our Citizens for a Green Scarborough over pesticides in 2009. But I'm in full favor of it. The runoff of water goes into the wetlands, could be rivers, could be wet areas. Insect populations are collapsing. The pesticides in the runoff are a major issue. It then runs into the ocean, and I'm sure most know that 70% of our oxygen actually comes from the ocean, not from trees. And 94% of all living matter on Earth is in the oceans. And this is all flowing to the ocean. So whatever we can do to enhance and protect, I'm in full favor of the 25-foot. And your question, is there a definition of the wetland buffer, what the composition of vegetation would be?
There is.
There is, okay. Is that online or posted?
I hesitate to go back and forth with you because I don't want to set a precedent where
All right.
where I engage with
Oh.
public commenters, but it is part of the packet for this evening and it's in the definitions.
Okay, thank you.
You're very welcome.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Good evening. My name is Aubrey Strauss, 90 Beach Ridge Road. And for some context, I'm also a stormwater engineer. I've seen a lot of proposed development in a lot of different communities, and I've seen it from the preliminary application phase all the way through construction. In that role, I have also seen unintended impacts to natural resources from development. Even though it's unintended, it's still an impact, and in many cases, it's preventable. So that experience is the foundation for my support of these proposed changes, and I support them in the original form of 25 feet. I want to reiterate a challenge to some arguments that I made at the January 8th meeting. I challenge the argument that approving this setback will adversely impact the ability to develop affordable housing. If this setback is approved, it'll be no more difficult to build affordable housing than it will be to build market rate apartments or single-family homes or a big box store or a new school. It will simply level the playing field. And I believe that no developer will walk away from a good project because of this setback as approved at 25 feet. I also want to stress how very low the bar is with what is being asked, even as originally proposed at 25 feet. At a functional level, what your staff are asking for is a 15-foot wide no disturbance buffer. That width, 15 feet, is smaller than most lot setbacks. Those lot setbacks aren't negotiable. It's just a part of doing business. It's just a part of understanding what you can fit on the lot. And I think I continue to believe that if a developer can't maintain a 15-foot wide undisturbed buffer between their project and the wetland, then the project is simply trying to fit too much on the parcel. I'll just leave with one more thought, which is you have incredible town staff who have been working on this. I encourage you to trust them. They know what they're talking about. They're very widely respected, and they put a lot of effort into this. I encourage the council to approve the proposed setback as it was originally proposed at 25 feet. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello again, Ben Flanders, 39 Clearview Drive. For the context, I am on the planning board, as I said, but I'm also on the Conservation Commission, and I am an environmental scientist. I am fully in favor of the wetland setbacks as originally proposed, not including the waiver. The waiver, if it has to happen to make the pass, then yeah, but waivers should be a rare circumstance that, are only used in extraordinary situations. And I have faith that the current planning board, which I serve on, would adhere to that, but I have no idea who's gonna be on the planning board in 10 years, 20 years, whatever. And the point of these ordinances is to protect our town in the long term. And we really can't, if you're leaving it up to chance, 15 feet doesn't do anything. 25 feet barely does anything. We really should be going for 75 feet, but I know that was extremely contentious. So as the Conservation Commission and most of the planning board stated, what we have proposed with the 25-foot setbacks is the bare minimum that'll make any valuable impact. So I urge you to pass this ordinance without an additional waiver. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flanders.
Hello, Jessica Sargent, 221 Beach Ridge Road. And I wanted to also offer my support for the original 25-foot setback. Really wanted to reiterate the points that have already been made, highlighting the importance of the setback to protect the wetlands that protect downstream homeowners from flooding and property damage, as well as infrastructure. So it's making sure we're considering the entire community and the impacts of these setbacks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Suzanne Foley Ferguson, 331 Black Point Road. I want to thank the Scarborough Conservation Commission and the Planning Department for finally doing something about these wetlands. My understanding that individual houses and only new developments are included, and individual houses are not included. And my question was, why not? Well, it seems that compromise was the reason. And I would also agree that we should probably be looking at 75 feet. So if this room is 45 feet, we're talking about from here to the chairperson for me for a setback, if you want to sort of visualize it. I do not like the amendments that were suggested as of tonight. And I'd like somebody to address what the process was, because I think people made comments, developers made comments about they wanted more flexibility, and then all of a sudden these changes are made. Well, what about, the other side of it? So if somebody could address that when you guys are in the discussion. We're a coastal community with one of the largest salt marshes on the whole east coast of the United States. And as you know, I've spent 23 years coming to you talking about wildlife habitat and flood, but I'm gonna set that all aside right now. And what I'm gonna say is, I'm gonna talk about economics. Who pays for the flooding? Everybody pays for it, not just the one person. All taxpayers pay for flooding. And we've seen what happens when water doesn't have a place to go. And Route 1 when it's flooded. But also we've had huge rain events that have flooded basements and caused problems on Black Point Road and Pine Point Road. In fact, a person actually passed away during one of those flood events in the 90s. So the council responsibility is the health and safety of the community. You don't have to consider the profits of a developer. That's not really what your job is. It's the responsibility of health and safety. If they make less profit, again, things change. I heard and I read about flexibility. Well, flexibility isn't really what we need. You can identify a value of wetlands, but what that doesn't consider the incremental changes of combined changes that keep going and going. And that's what we're seeing when we're seeing roads that are washing out. Incremental, not one project, not two projects, but project after project after project. And a newsflash, rules change. That's the other thing. The other argument from the developers was, well, you're moving the goalpost. Well, and I've been watching football this season, and guess what? They may have this new rule where they kick the ball, and these guys have to stay there until the guy catches at the end. Rules change, and they change because you learn new data. In the football scenario, they learned the guys were running too fast and getting hit, and they were getting concussions. The data says that we need to protect these wetlands to prevent flooding and for wildlife habitat. So I guess, I encourage the adoption. You don't need a workshop, and you don't need, and I'd like to know how amendments come forward when only it was the developers that said they needed flexibility.
Thank you,
So
Sue.
I encourage you to vote yes on the original. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue.
Good evening, councilors, Madam Chair. Thank you for your time. My name is Abel Plod, 12 Second Ave, and I am a member of the Conservation Commission. I have written into you over the past, so I won't delve too much into all the benefits we've discussed of, from a biological mechanical standpoint of what wetlands do for the town, economically, biologically, water absorption, things like that. But I am fully in support of the ordinances. As others have mentioned, I wish they were stronger. Thinking back to, I believe the ordinance committee earlier, I think between the first reading and this meeting, the DEP recommends at least 50 feet. This is now less than half of that. I think, 75 would be ideal. So I think this would be a minimal step, but I do believe it's important to establish something to give the town planners, some sort of actionable metric that they can use to make decisions. Because I think if you have ambiguity, often that doesn't benefit those who are trying to enforce things. So establishing something is more of a benefit, and I would be fully in support of that and hope you consider the passing of the ordinance. Ideally in the original state or more, but if we need to establish something, so be it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, members of the, whoa, sorry.
Gets us too.
Madam Chair, members of the council, Pete Slavensky, 3 Ironclad Road. I had prepared notes, but you've heard from me before about, and from many speakers here about the benefits of the wetlands. Wetlands are kind of like the lifeblood of our town. It's all an interconnected system. The wetlands feed into the tributaries feed into the marsh. So the health of our marsh depends on the health of our wetlands. So what we're asking with the minimum setbacks of 25 feet and 15-foot vegetative buffers really is not something that is not doable. So I would urge you to support the ordinance as originally proposed without the amendments that were proposed. Thank you.
Thank you, Pete.
Madam Chair and members of the council, my name is Randy Hogan. I'm the chair of the Conservation Commission. Scarborough is at a literal watershed moment. We can either protect the wetlands that safeguard our homes and our businesses and the Scarborough Marsh, or allow growth without safeguards to chip away at them project by project until the damage is irreversible. I've heard concerns that this ordinance might limit where we can build schools and affordable housing, that protecting wetlands means less land to build on, but let's consider the real cost of building in the wrong places. A school built too close to a wetland isn't just a bad location, it's a financial liability. Wetlands absorb excess water and prevent flooding. Without them, a heavy storm could flood classrooms, damage infrastructure, and leave us taxpayers footing the bill for costly repairs. And what about affordable housing? Protecting wetlands doesn't prevent housing. It ensures it's built where people will actually want to live, with safe water, strong foundations, and resilient infrastructure. Wetlands naturally filter pollutants and prevent sinkholes, foundation damage, and expensive stormwater problems. Smart planning prevents expensive mistakes. If we ignore these protections, we're not just risking wetlands, we're risking higher costs and leaving homes, schools, and businesses vulnerable to flooding. This ordinance doesn't stop development. It ensures that we build wisely so that what we build lasts. Some argue we should evaluate wetlands protections case by case, but that creates an unfair system where well-funded developers push for waivers while the town and us as residents are left to deal with the long-term consequences. Without this ordinance, wetland protections will be decided project by project, favoring those with influence while leaving us taxpayers to cover the cost of flooding, water contamination, and failing infrastructure. Standards should be clear and fair, not open to negotiation. Once a wetland is lost, it's lost forever. No engineered system can replace what these natural buffers provide for free. This isn't a major shift. The setback and buffer are the bare minimum. We're asking the council to hold the line, to protect what cannot be replaced. Please pass this ordinance as originally proposed to keep Scarborough a place that is special to all of us, where we can live and work and thrive together for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you.
Peggy Benoyer, 14 High Point Road. I also urge adoption of the setback as originally proposed at 25 feet as a healthcare provider and a longtime involvement with the Friends of the Scarborough Marsh. I can't emphasize enough that these really are the lungs of our planet, with a great deal of blue carbon available. Please protect these. I urge you to adopt the original without amendments or waivers. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Brian Rayback. I'm an environmental lawyer at Pierce Atwood. We represent various developers in Scarborough, including the Downs. I appreciate that a lot of work has gone into this, including from the town staff, but in our view, we still aren't quite there yet. We've reviewed the town staff's proposed revisions, and we've offered up to the council through Councilor Cushing, our own alternative version. We suggest you table and hold a workshop so that you can have a conversation about this in something other than 3-minute increments, where you can actually talk to each other instead of past each other. We have 2 main suggestions for you tonight. The first is to clean up the language of the ordinance, its legalese, if you will, to accomplish what we hear the staff is saying is intended. Okay, so for example, we've been told that projects with DEP and Army Corps permits are exempt, but that's not exactly what it says. What it says is the ordinance doesn't preclude wetland fill permitting at the state and federal level. And then if a wetland is approved to be filled in its entirety, presumably at the federal or state level, no wetland setback or buffer is required. But the very next paragraph then says, this ordinance doesn't apply to properties in receipt of or in process of receipt of approval for wetland fill as of May 1, 2025. It's not clear what types of permits we're talking about there. We need to be careful about our legal drafting so that we're carrying out what we say we're carrying out. What we would recommend is saying that what types of permits are you talking about and when? So for example, at the Downs, they worked hard to avoid some wetlands by putting development inside what would be the new proposed setback, but out of the wetland, right? Those aren't wetland fill permits, right? They worked hard to be out of the wetland. Those are site law permits issued by the DEP. They shouldn't be now punished for avoiding the wetland, doing the right thing, but that's what this new ordinance does. It should also be clear that development with a Natural Resources Protection Act permit or a Section 404 permit from the DEP or the Corps, that's what those permits are called, are exempt rather than sort of vaguely referring to state and federal permits, okay? On the substance of the ordinance, we appreciate the waiver concept, but we think a better approach would be to allow either an A or a B. A might be the setback, or B would be prove that you have something that works just as well, that accomplishes the same purposes. I think there should be flexibility. I'm not afraid of that, and I don't think you should be either. You've got professional staff, you've got access to peer review from professionals that can help you through that. A waiver puts a lot of pressure on the planning board, as if they're being asked not to protect the wetland. That's not what we're suggesting, okay? Likewise, we think you should recognize the exemptions in state and federal wetland permitting. Right now, the latest draft suggests the planning board might give a waiver for one of those exemptions. There's an exemption in state and federal law for 4,300 square feet of wetland fill in certain situations, but there are a lot of other exemptions that ought to be exempt from the ordinance too. Water lines, utility cables, service drops for electrical service, septic systems, agriculture. There's a whole list of things. All of that's been either ignored or left out here. We think you could include that. Thank you. I apologize for going over.
Okay, thank you very much.
Peter Michaud, The Downs. Hard act to follow, but I've lived in this community for over 53 years and was sensitive to this issue as well. And I really mean that to the folks that are up here speaking. We are local residents and local developers with the environment and the marsh in mind. We fish, hunt, and do all types of water sports in the marsh. We have all of our years. We understand the value of the marsh in the significant wetlands. And that's because that's why we chose to apply for the main DEP long-term site law permit that looks at the whole site comprehensively. We've already done this work. So why do we want to be treated differently? We've already done the work. It's very important to note that we're not looking for, because we generate a bunch of revenue for the town and we're this and that. That's not the point. We've lived here all our lives. We understand the marsh and we're sensitive to it. Through that permit, we've made significant environmental improvements and investments. Improvements no one else is making in this town. There's no one that's done it. What we have self-elected to do at the Downs has not been done anywhere in this community. Also through the permit and significant investment study, we've already established our development limits. That means how much upland do we have? What do we pay for it? What are our economics? Which in many places within this new, these setbacks that you're asking for are inside of the limits that we've already established through the main DEP, through our master plan setup. The ordinance, as written, has heavily weighted effect on our ability to serve the well over 400 families that rely on our company's performance. Why did we self-elect to do things? We know things change. We know goalposts move. We're all athletes. We understand this stuff. So we self-elected to preserve these wetlands so that when we're facing these headwinds and a goalpost moving on us, which simply just means it moves our economics. We have 400 families that rely on us, on our company's performance, as I mentioned. These are local families as well as local companies. This does have a significant impact on our development. Our plans for environmental improvements, economic development, housing, and value creation are based on this environmental permitting that we've done and plan to replicate in the project in the future. This has been and continues to be our issue with this ordinance. It is not structured to exempt projects that have done this environmental permitting and are already using best practices. This is still not addressed. It needs to be addressed. That's all we're asking. Address this before this language is adopted. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Minshew.
Robin Saunders, 150 Highland Avenue. The last time I was here, I made 3 points. First one, 25 feet is the least we can do. It would be great to see it 50 or 75. The second point I made is that a question that Councillor Anderson asked is, what does it mean with respect to affordable housing and our search for a great place for a school? Nothing. We can still do all those things and have this ordinance. The third point I made last time was, what about our town's values? I mean, I look at the screens and the town's values are apparent in our branding. It's our marsh, it's our lifeblood, it's our lungs. We've heard from so many smart people who live here. And tonight, I'm here to respond to some of the, I guess, to make you aware of a couple things and to challenge you all as counselors who ran on common sense solutions to moderate growth, to have a cautious and strategic approach to accommodating growth, to protect and preserve natural resources, to ensure a rich and healthy ecosystem for shellfish harvesters and lobstermen alike. I encourage you all to put your money where the mouth is. I don't know, whatever the saying is. But also hearing from the Downs talking about self-electing. Let's talk about that. Not only did they self-elect, but they self-regulated. They had a very long process where they were able to go through and basically develop their own zoning and performance standards. And they come in front of the planning board and ask for waivers all the time. Waivers aren't meant to be handed out like candy. Waivers are when you're making very, hard decisions. And it's not a hard decision to have 25 feet of setback, knowing that it's really just 15. It's not really an issue for developers. It's economics, as someone said before me, because when flooding happens, those of you who are on the Scarborough Planning Board, remember when Scarborough Gallery got filled in? Do you remember all the houses around Scarborough Gallery whose basements never flooded before? And then all of those wetlands got filled, and suddenly they're coming in front of the planning board going, stop filling the wetlands. My sump runs day and night. it just doesn't make any sense. And the only thing that makes sense is to adopt the ordinance change as it was originally written. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to make public comment?
Hi, Nina McKee, 309 Black Point Road. I'll be really quick. Okay, the growth management ordinance, there were 13 exemptions given to the Downs. I hope that this council will vote to have this setback, but have no amendments, none. It just doesn't make sense. But we've got to protect, I live on the marsh, and really, our condominium was built too close to the marsh. And it's frightening because the high tides, I look out and think I better put a diving board. I mean, it's really important, and we really should have a bigger border between the marsh and building. But please, no exemptions. It's just an open door to real disaster. So I hope you'll just stick with the setback and just leave it at that.
Thank you, Nina.
Thank you so much.
Anyone else wishing to make public comment? Seeing no more online, I will go ahead and close public comment. Do I have a motion?
Second.
Counselor discussion. Sure. Counselor Cushing, go ahead.
That we are planning to go through a Robertsy thing here to get some amendments on the table. But before we get to that, I would like this council to consider at least a couple more weeks to get this cleaned up. My understanding, please be polite. My understanding and what I've heard here and what I've seen personally is testimony that the ordinance itself has enough ambiguity in it so that we could end up in a situation where we're dealing with legal challenges and problems and so forth. At the very minimum, I saw this, I provided it to the chair and the vice chair, I provided it to the town manager, I reported ahead of time that this ordinance had drafting issues. And my suggestions were basically rejected out of hand. And so here we are. I am a supporter of the wetlands. I am a supporter of this ordinance generally. And my only issue with it is that it be done properly, and secondarily, that it has built into it a bit of flexibility to allow for better ideas. And the pushback that I get is that somehow the wonderful, hardworking, smart people of our planning board and our great engineering and planning staff somehow don't have the capacity to sort that out. I find that troubling. Set that aside, and we should at least have the confidence that the ordinance ahead of us is properly written. And it would seem to me on that basis, I would make a motion to table this until we get it at least properly written.
Counselor Cushing, I would request that you table to a date certain, procedurally.
Yes, I'll table it to the next meeting. It ought to be straightened out easily by then.
The motion is to table order number 24-114 to our February 5th, 2025 meeting. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Scott seconds. There's no discussion on a motion to table. So I will go ahead and call the vote. All those in favor of tabling? 2. All of those opposed? 5. The motion to table fails. We are back to the main motion. Other counselor discussion? Before I call on you, John, I think just procedurally, I'm going to kind of give the public a little bit of awareness about what is before us. And so at this point, we do have some amendments that are being recommended to us by the staff. They are part of the packet, and the council has had them in our possession since the packet was published. And so procedurally, one of our counselors is going to motion to put those amendments on the table, and we will be able to discuss the amendments as presented. If there are any other counselors wishing to amend the council recommendations or bring forward their own amendments, then we'll take those up individually. But there could potentially be some parliamentary process here. I'm going to work very hard to keep it all straight and make sure that you all understand what's happening, and certainly that we all understand exactly what's before us. And so with that, I will turn it over to Councilor Anderson.
Yes. So I would like to propose to amend the main motion to include the 3 items that staff provided as recommendations for amendments.
Okay, and is there any way, Liam, that you could bring those up on the screen for us?
January 10th. Can I get a second?
Would you like
Second.
to second that?
Yes, I'll take a second at this point.
Second that.
Okay. The motion has been seconded, whether it came from down here. With that, we can have discussion on the amendments being presented by staff, motioned by John.
Excuse me, let me know when it's time to motion to divide the question.
You may motion to divide the question now.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to divide the question so that we consider separately the second two amendments first, which have been proposed by the staff, and then consider as a separate item the language which is designed to provide flexibility within the ordinance.
Excellent. Councillor Cushing's motion is to divide the question so that the council takes up the issues of the amendments labeled 2 and 3 on the screen, and that we will take up item 1 after our discussion of item 2 and 3. Does his motion have a second?
Second.
Okay. Is there any discussion on dividing the question? Okay. All those in favor of dividing the question? Show that as unanimous. At this point, we will return to the question as presented, and per Councillor Cushing's request, we will take up items 2 and 3 first. Councillor Anderson.
So yeah, I mean, item 2 in particular, I don't have any concerns with. I mean, we have the conservation subdivision ordinance that does all the protection there, and staff has said that this would have no impact, essentially what we're proposing. So I see that as de minimis in terms of impacting the intent of this. Item 3, I think it was actually Councillor Doherty who kind of brought up at the end of the last meeting a desire to kind of give this a date stamp in the future, just to give some opportunity for change management to occur for the landowners. So I don't see that as a problem. That date isn't that far out. It'll be here before we know it still, but I think it's reasonable, and I supported the intent of Councillor Doherty's question, and I would support that amendment.
Other councillor discussion? Yeah, Councillor Fellows, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I agree with Councillor Anderson on amendments 2 and 3. On the second amendment related to conservation subdivisions, I agree. That's a black and white yes or no determination. There's not a lot of wiggle room there. I don't see that as a loophole in any way, just a factual determination. And to me, this is really all about what it is we're solving for and getting to the right outcomes. And so if there's a clear-cut way to achieve that outcome, I don't see an issue with that. Similarly, I'm okay with allowing a little bit of a lag in implementation time. I can tell you, as someone who has worked on the development side, 4 months is not enough time for someone to completely redo their development plan and come up with wholesale changes. So I appreciate the comment earlier about not wanting to create a big rush for people to completely change things and find loopholes, but to me, this feels reasonable. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Councillor Schupp.
Sure. So I'm in support of number 2 because I understand the conservation subdivision has a lot of checks in place that will protect the resources. In regards to amendment number 3, I think we have had a substantial amount of public comment this evening, and we had public comment actually go through the timeline. So And we've also had a town planner who has been sitting with members of the development community, telling them for months, if not the last year, that this is coming. So in one breath, while I appreciate, we want to give people the courtesy of the idea that this is changing, anyone who is doing any sort of business in Scarborough has known for at least 6 months, if not the last year, that we have been looking at this and that we want to make changes. And so I think this is further delayed. I'm concerned about the applications that we know maybe are pending or sitting there, that they're going to push forward specifically because that they know that they have this small window. I'm concerned that's going to ruin the process. I think we're missing the point that this has been very publicized. We have a town planner who sits with everyone, explains that we already have developers who are using this ordinance out of the idea that they know it's coming down the road. I think this delay is just a further delay. And while I appreciate the reasoning behind it, I just, after hearing all of the people and all of the work and all of the time that has gone behind this, I just cannot support a further delay.
Thank you, Counselor Shu. Any other counselor comments on 2 or 3? I would say that in reference to item 3, I share Counselor Shup's sentiment that I view this as a further delay in a process that has been going on for quite some time. My bigger concern, I think, with part 3 is that this was something that was added as a staff recommendation, kind of viewed as a compromise based on council comments from the last meeting, perhaps. But I'm not 100% sure that it really speaks to what the wishes of the counselor who maybe suggested we have a delay are. My takeaway from the last council discussion was that Counselor Doherty was in favor of a much longer runway to give people lots more time. And so I'm not sure that this necessarily, that May 1st necessarily addresses that point. And so for those reasons, I don't particularly support part 3. Is there any other counselor comments? Yeah. Counselor Donovan.
If the discussion went the way I had expected it would, and it would be 5 people strongly in support of adopting this ordinance, even though it has associated with it a May 1st extension rather than the way it was previously written, which was upon adoption. I was prepared to live with that because I support this ordinance effort enormously. And in the future, I will vote for longer, more extended distances. Like to see this, how it works, what the impact is on everything and everyone. But hearing the comments made by several of you, that you share that doubt that we need to go to May 1st of this year, if there was a procedural process to separate the question, I think we would have a majority of people who would say upon enactment, that will be the time that the ordinance becomes effective.
Certainly, we can split the question.
That's my view.
We can certainly
On
split
this
the
little
question.
piece of it.
Certainly. Other counselor comments?
I just wanted to be clear on behalf of staff, these 3 amendments, it's been characterized as they are recommendations of council, of staff. They are really in response to
Certainly.
council feedback, from developer feedback, and so they're presented as options for your consideration. I just want to be clear on that point.
Thank you, Tom. Counselor Cushing.
I don't see a problem with May 1st. In fact, it might be good to take the time, and if there is some procedure to clean this thing up under some process of technical correction, that would be a good idea, because it feels to me like this council has been put on notice, not by me per se, but certainly reinforcing it, that there are problems with the drafting of this law. And so we all know this, all right? It's been reported to us. I have some evidence that suggests it's true. I've provided it to the proper people. So I'll stop there. this is gonna go where it's gonna go. So we can divide the question, that would be fine. But what I'm saying is that if this is important, and it is, I hear all of you. I'm not sitting here trying to come up with some crafty way to, kill our marsh. What I'm trying to do is come up with good law. That's what it is. And if you are going to be of the opinion that this is, nobody's going to get any latitude here, which may very well happen, and my suggestion is get it right. So I would vote for any more time, whether it be in here or obviously the motion to table failed. But I want to re-emphasize that point for the record. Okay? And maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think I am.
Is there any other counselor comments or procedural requests? Certainly.
Just to clarify, I listened to a lot of the people, they're saying a lot of questions were is how we got here. And I started with it because I want things to be fair. I've dealt with the town before and the town council and their passing of things. And there's always, whenever you do new ordinances, there's injustices to certain people. And I want to make sure, like Don's saying, be very clear with this. I think it's an injustice if I had a job and was doing something and I've been doing it for years, and then the town comes in and says, "Oh, we're going to change the policy, right now," and I've invested money in, and that's what this situation is you have to others. I'm all for the setbacks on the marsh. I want to protect the marsh. I want to protect the wetlands that, run into the marsh and whatever has a lobsterman. I think a lot more serious issue we got to look at is pesticides. My issue is pesticides and stuff. Everybody's spraying their lawns and stuff with everything. We've got a mosquito control company in town, and I mean, the biology of a mosquito is close to a lobster, so is it? I don't know if there's a connection. I shouldn't even say that because I'm biased, and I have no scientific fact, but I'm just saying, you have the developers here and, they've been fortunate to be able to do the downs the way they have. Like she says, they've had, all kinds of variances. And 10 years ago, you wouldn't be able to put houses that close together. So they have been able to develop that a lot, more heavily than we were ever able to before. It seems to be affecting them the most. I don't know who else it is affecting, except for maybe the other commercial property at the Beach Ridge Speedway. There's a guy that's invested money into property and has figured it up, invested in it on the town's ordinances and what the town councils did before us, and I admit change, you gotta have change sometimes is good, but so that's why I was trying to delay with this and stuff. And I think that we should do this, but I think that there should be, a little bit of leeway for somebody who has invested money. And it seems like the only developers that are here is that one up there at Beach Ridge and the Downs people that have already started their development. I don't know, what the impacts are or whatever, but so I don't know what we're all going to settle on here. It's getting very complicated and involved, which I think is a bad thing when it gets complicated and involved, but you have to do all the checks and balances.
Sure.
So that's why I think Dawn's put time into this and energy to try and come to an agreement between both sides, how we should approach it. And I think that these things here that these guys come up with, is reasonable. I don't know how the developers feel about this, which way they'd be happy with. If we could put these in, are they going to be satisfied with that? I don't know.
Okay,
That's
thank
my
you.
point.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other council discussion? Councilor Donovan?
We've separated out 1 from 2 and 3.
Yes, sir.
And what I think we need to do is separate 2 and 3. So that we can see if there are 4 votes to put it back to the language to leave it as the language as it presently is, which is upon enactment.
Is that a motion to divide the question?
Yes, it is.
Is there a second? Right, discussion on dividing the question. Okay,
I think we just had it.
I don't disagree, but procedurally, guys, I gotta keep us on point here. All those in favor of dividing the question? That's unanimous. Let's take up item 2 first. Is there any further discussion on item 2? Seeing none, I will go ahead and call the vote to amend the main motion with the language presented by the amendment offered number 2. All those in favor? Okay, I show that as unanimous. Let's go to item 3, which relates to the date during which the ordinance will become effective. Discussion on item 3. Counselor Anderson.
I think I changed my mind, which I'm allowed to do.
Certainly, sir.
And I think it was more what Counselor Fellows said, actually, with the fact that this date doesn't really do anything as it's proposed, that it wouldn't really allow anybody in the process to make any substantial changes. So it just feels like it's there to, again, accommodate what I thought was your intent, Counselor Doherty. I'm not sure if it is fully accommodating it, but I'm gonna probably vote no.
Okay. Counselor Fellows.
I had also indicated that I support delayed implementation until May. It's not something I feel super strongly about, to be honest. If there, one thought that occurs to me is whether there could be some benefit to staff if there was a little bit of time, whether it's until May or whenever that might be. I don't know if it's appropriate to put that question to staff.
I believe you are putting the question to staff, given that we are in a public meeting and our staff is indicating by shaking their heads no in answer to your question, sir.
Do you see that? And I acknowledge that.
Perfect. Other discussion on item 3? Okay, seeing none, I will go ahead and call the vote. All those in favor of the amendment labeled number 3? As written.
As written.
All those in favor? 2, opposed? 5. Okay. Now, we are back to amendment labeled number 1 as previously divided. Council discussion on number 1. Counselor Cushing.
Point of order.
Yes, sir.
And that is that, are we talking about substituting at this point my language or voting down the original language?
So what is currently on the table right now is the staff language as presented in the packet.
I see.
So if you would like to motion to amend this language, you may do so now, or you may allow a little bit of discussion on item 1 and then offer your amendment. That is up to you.
I am afeared that if I don't offer that now, it may go down before I get a chance. So yes, I would like to motion to substitute the language that is in there now for the following. And I should point out to the folks at home here is that all of my colleagues have received this language, and candidly, they've probably tired of hearing me explain why it's a good idea. So I just want you to understand that this is not coming out of the blue. So reading the language, it comes under the heading of provide flexibility within the ordinance.
Counselor Cushing, can I just, point of order, can I ask you just for 1 second while we switch from Autumn's share screen to Liam's share screen?
Oh, yeah.
I think the public and the council will benefit.
Okay, we like that.
Oh, is it's up there?
The one on the right and the darker purple text, I believe is Councilor Cushing, and the one in the blue is the original. I can stop sharing.
Nope, that's perfect, Autumn. So just for everyone's awareness, because I can't see it from where I'm sitting and I'm trying not to look at all the screens. The amendment on the left, which is in blue, is the amendment that was in the packet that has been proposed by staff. The amendment next to it on the right in the purple font is the amendment that Counselor Cushing is prepared to present now.
Thank you.
Certainly.
Okay, so I'm making a motion to replace the blue language with the purple language so that it will read, the planning board may consider a reduction, including a complete waiver, to the required wetland setback and vegetated buffer through the subdivision and site plan approval process if the planning board finds that the project meets or exceeds low impact development standards.
Does he have a second?
I'll second.
Perfect, thank you. Council discussion on Counselor Cushing's amendment.
So, is it,
Certainly.
so it's now my turn to explain why we put this in.
You certainly may.
Flexibility is a word that I've been paying a lot of attention to as in my advancing years. And I've discovered that when you don't have it, things don't go on as easier when you encounter changes in your environment. And I think that broadly, problems that I've had with this ordinance, I've made pretty clear is that it needs to be cleaned up a bit. But substantively, what we are saying here, what I've heard forever, is that the change is coming, that big things are going to happen in our world. You only need to turn in the news to see that the world is changing. And the other thing that I've learned through this process from all of you good folks is that the wetlands are changing. Some dry up, some pop up, they move around. And, and so this law, and the other thing that is changing every day is the advancement of technology and new ideas. And the one thing that is not changing is that Scarborough has been blessed with intelligent, committed, thoughtful people who we charge with the responsibility of making judgments and sorting out the nuance. That's what you ask us to do up here. And so to just say 25 feet, and then to my mind say, well, okay, we'll consider 15. And moreover, have the subtext in there that says that, well, it's easier to fill them. That's what we should do. That makes zero sense to me. And so the notion that we can't trust our appointed volunteers to come through this in a non-political way and to have to receive input. And you bet, I will bet you $100 million that the developers will come in and they'll say, we have a better mousetrap. And what will that happen? Then the planning board will rely on the expertise of our planner and our engineer and other staff. And the conversation won't be among lawyers and business people. It will be among scientists. And we've seen plenty of evidence in this dialogue. I've been so impressed with the people on both sides who've come to this podium with active, what's the word I'm thinking? With intelligent, thoughtful perspectives on both sides that add to the discussion. And I would expect that this discussion will go on for many, many years. And so I think you all get old like me, you might want to go to yoga class or do some of that stuff to keep your flexibility. But I would urge you, this is not about killing this ordinance or about denying the work of the people or about trying to slide in a back door. It says in capital letters, may, the planning board may. And what that suggests is that the planning board may have to exercise judgment. And with all due respect, if that's not in your job description, maybe try another committee, because we are asking people to come to these committees to exercise judgment and to bring forward stuff to us, which they have done very thoughtfully, to give us an opportunity to use our judgment. And so what I'm suggesting to you, I sincerely appreciate the fact, I noticed somebody read my website, and I am interested in common sense strategies. And I will say clearly that what common sense says to me is you have a rule and you create a mechanism where judges, like judges in courts of law, can take a look at the law and interpret it within the context of stuff going forward. If you can't live with that, then it feels to me like this is an ideological discussion as opposed to a common sense strategic discussion. And with that, Your Honor, I rest.
Thank you, Counselor Cushing. Other comments on Counselor Cushing's proposed amendment, which is in purple? Counselor Shoup.
Sure. So I did speak to Councilor Cushing before this. I just want to clarify, because when we spoke, you said you wanted to add language that said 25-foot setback or the equivalent of. So I want to confirm you've abandoned that language of the equivalent of, and you're simply saying you want to add a waiver process.
The language that you and I discussed was earlier on in the process, and through a variety of discussions, the language that is now in here is language which was provided to me by staff, which they believed expressed my intent. Now, I'll be very candid with you that the low impact development standards, I assume, is a term of art, and I trust the fact that low impact development standards means equal or better, okay? But I took this language on the recommendation of our
And
folks.
then one more question. My understanding is that you met with a developer and an attorney from the Downs. Can you clarify who that was?
Yeah, I met with Peter Michaud and I met with Brian Ryback. And my reasoning for doing that was, if you're going to ask me to name names here, I think I ought to be able to explain why I did it. I did it because we had a council meeting 2 weeks ago in which I had a very good feeling that we might get to the language that we have tonight. The memo that you all received following that did not, in my view, address that question. And so my history began with meeting with Autumn and Angela and Tom and Councilor Donovan, in which I dug in and learned their position. And you almost had me, okay? I said almost. And following that, I have called and had conversations. Ma'am, would you do me a favor and stop looking at me and shaking your head? It's distracting. Okay. I had a conversation with three other constituents who frankly live and breathe all of this conservation stuff. They have testified here before you. I'm not going to name their names because I want to protect them and keep them innocent. But my point is that I did that. I instructed and asked those people if they would go and they would meet with Mr. Michaud and Mr. Ryback and Mr. Bacon. I left him off the list. And would they advise me? And essentially the message I got back from them was, you know what? This is a close call. I take your point. I didn't hear from either of them. Yeah, not done yet.
Okay.
I'm just gonna complete a little grin and giggle here. This audience needs to be respectful, ma'am, and you are not being so.
Counselor
Okay.
Cushing.
I'm sorry. Let me continue.
Thank you, sir.
So, in addition to that, as a final step, I met with Mr. Ryback, Mr. Bacon, Mr. Michaud, and asked the question, how can we find a way to protect our wetlands and allow you folks to do what I understand you've been doing, which is to exceed the standard whenever possible, and to create flexibility in this process. And the language that you see there was the nub of it. Now, in addition to that, you heard Mr. Rayback testify this evening that he went through it as a lawyer and said, there are a bunch of things in here that just are ambiguous, they don't add up and so forth. I can show you a text in my thing in which I texted John Anderson and said, do we have an attorney draft our ordinances? No, we don't. Okay, well, I'm surprised, frankly, because they do a wonderful job. I was surprised to learn that. But in this case, it seems to me that people who have gone through it and looked at it carefully have said, the equivalent of some legal proofreading, and it could deal with some expansion. So at which point, I informed Mr. Hall of this. I met with him in his office and I said, well, I'll tell you what, as long as this thing is in here, go ahead and take a shot at it. And so then I presented the results of that immediately to Mr. Hall and to Ms. Seither and to Councilor Anderson. And I received a note back, which basically says, your amendment is not necessary, which irritated me. So then I had a direct conversation with Mr. Hall, and we figured out that we'd had a little miscommunication, and we straightened it out. And I said, look, I offer this to be helpful, not to try to wire the process or do anything bad. So now we have this language, which essentially, what I agreed to do was I said, if I have to, I will move the staff's other amendments, and I will also move the substitute of this paragraph. Now, I'm sorry to have to take you all through that, but if you ask me a question, you're going to get a complete answer.
Yeah.
I just want to be clear, staff does the initial drafting, but we certainly have legal review of any matters coming before you. I just want to be clear on that point. Lawyers don't draft them initially, but we certainly employ them to review and offer suggestions, which this ordinance has done.
Thank you, Mr. Hall.
I appreciate the explanation. As I will reiterate my comments from the previous meeting, I understand we only give you 3 minutes, but everyone has been invited to the table for the last year. So it's discouraging for people to come up at second read and then start ripping apart a document that we've invited them to the table. So to clarify, I want to thank Rick Meinking for going through the process that we went through, because it clearly outlined that they were invited to the table. They came to the table. Those workshops are online. You can see the resistance and the lack of communication and the unwillingness to have a compromise. They strategically waited until we came to this position to make these amendments. And so the idea that your business won't survive a 25-foot setback is just mind blowing to me. I don't know business at all, and I didn't realize that it was so fragile, that something this minimal of an impact would have such a big impact on a business, because I do know people that work for the Downs. I mean, this is a small town in my mind. You can't not know someone who doesn't work for them. One of the concerns I have is that, again, they were invited to the table, and instead of coming to the table, they met privately with a counselor. What concerns me further is that the attorney for the Downs, Brian Rayback, also represents the town of Scarborough in current litigation. So within that, I'm very concerned about where that advice is coming from. If this is advice from the Downs, that we have a Downs attorney sitting with a counselor giving legal
Counselor
ordinance
Shu,
advice.
I'm going to ask that we please keep our discussion, just for the purposes of simplicity, to Counselor Cushing's specific language. And then when we go back to the main motion, you can make all of the points that you wish to make. But just because we are kind of embroiled in this parliamentary procedure, I want to be very clear that council discussion right now needs to be on Counselor Cushing's proposed amendment language.
Right, so I will not support this. This is not in line with the work that we have done for the last 2 years. We have experts who have come to us who are saying, do more, you need to do more. The DEP told us to do more. This is a huge compromise from staff. We know that we all started out at 100 feet, and that is not where we ended up. If we're gonna, I don't know if we can talk about the implementation within the planning board.
I just want you, if it relates to
It does,
Counselor
because
Cushing's language, I'm going to give you free rein.
About the waiver process, I'm disappointed because Counselor Cushing and I did discuss this. I only sat on the planning board for a year, and maybe Corey can speak more to this, but by the time someone comes before you, they have spent a substantial amount of money on a project, and they are sitting in front of you and they are telling you that under your ordinance, you have to do this. It is, unless you have sat on the planning board, I think it's really hard to understand the process and the procedures of what it is like to be in that position. So it's, again, it's hard for me to articulate what it is to be like, but when you have very big developers who have spent a lot of money and who have a lot of money, and they're influencing your decision, you do feel a lot of pressure. I do not support this waiver process. I do have confidence in our planning board members. I think they are very well-trained people. We have had people on there forever. One of the confusing comments to me is, in one breath, we don't like the language that staff has done and we want more, but then in the next, well, we can rely on staff with this amendment because we trust that they're the experts in it. So it's counter, I'm very confused by this. Either they are experts and we're going to take this ordinance that they proposed before us without these new amendments and do it, or we're not. So I do not support this. As you have heard for all the public comments tonight, the public commenters looked at the amendments and they do not support them either. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Shu. Other discussion on Counselor Cushing's purple amendment language? Counselor Donovan?
Yeah, I would strongly oppose the language that's proposed and is on the table. I do not think the planning board, given broad discretion to waive these conditions, is appropriate. The conditions have been weakened tremendously over the year and a half that this matter has been on the table, being reviewed by various committees within the town. It will, and I can tell you as a lawyer, this will invite more litigation challenging the planning board's failure to use their discretion to waive conditions. I don't want to put the planning board in that position. In this particular case, I don't think it's appropriate to put the planning board in this position. So when we vote on this, I will vote against it. And when the next one comes up, because we'll be back to the previous one, I'm going to vote against that too. I don't think the planning board should be involved. I respect the staff's effort to try and compromise this out. That's not where I would make a compromise. And I think we made compromises going from 100 feet to 25 feet. And if those people have spoken and said 50 or 75 would be a more appropriate compromise, I'm sympathetic to those positions. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Donovan. Other counselor discussion? Counselor Anderson?
Yeah, so I mean, the way I look at it is, especially the May piece where, again, it's still the minimum 25 feet. And so I have no problem knowing that the minimum is still going to be the 25 feet. And to me, the onus is on the applicant to really demonstrate that their proposal is as good or better. And I trust that we also have staff who can guide the planning board with that assessment. So I personally don't have a problem with the amendment, so I'm going to support it.
Thank you. Counselor Fellows?
Thank you. Yeah, this has been a really tough one. First of all, I want to say that I don't think there's anything nefarious about a council member taking input from someone in the development community. I think sometimes there's sort of this false dichotomy that's set up between residents and the development community. In some cases, we're talking about one and the same. So, and I also, I have no reason not to take Councilor Cushing at his word that, or to question his intent at all, that he was earnestly seeking a workable compromise here, and that he really does want to protect the marsh and wants to see the adoption of an ordinance that will be enforceable and will actually achieve the desired needs. The issue that I have with the substitute amendment, if I'm not the right term, is that I do believe in this, and I do have some experience in development, as you all know. Low impact development is in some ways sort of a term of art, and without a real definition that I could sink my teeth into, I don't know that I could get comfortable with that as as the terminology on which we're really hanging our hat here. I guess, and I speak personally as someone who was on the planning board for almost 12 years. I don't personally have a real big issue with entrusting the planning board or tasking the planning board with exercising some discretion. They do issue waivers. It's part of what they do, just like the zoning board does. Where I have an issue is with something having it hinge on something like low impact development, which I think I understand what that means, but I think if you talk to different engineers and others, you might come up with somewhat different definitions. I think I'd be more inclined to support the original amendment of providing for some flexibility. Again, it's a little bit more clear cut. I don't know if I'm out of order in speaking about that amendment, but again, I appreciate everything that everyone has done on the council and in different parts of the community to communicate on this. And I think everyone has the best of intentions. And it's been a tough one, but I think that's where I'm landing on that particular amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Fellows. Other discussion on Councilor?
I know, just one minor point. To Councilor Fellows' point about ambiguity around the term low impact development. I relied on the expertise of our staff to provide that language. And as Councilor Shu pointed out, that I made changes to this relying on that. So if that becomes the sticking point on the fourth vote of this, you might ask yourself, how would I feel about dying on that hill? Okay, and so that's so I take your point, but what I was asking for was language that got the job done, and I trusted it would. And so we come here now, and I completely respect your opinion. I couldn't give you, other than a, common sense colloquial, what do those words mean? Means, we try to minimize the impact. But I take your point that may, in fact, be ambiguous. The place where it leaves me is that generally the sentiment is, well, I'll give them more flexibility, but I have trouble with the term that they provided you. That, I guess, will be the way it is. But I just wanted to emphasize that that I've been criticized, for going to the developers to get some language. Okay, so I'm not an expert in this, and I think you accurately characterize what I've been trying to do here, which is to make this thing livable for the long term. And so with that, I'll be quiet. Let's call the question. Let these good people go home.
Councilor Doherty, would you like to say anything? I just want to make sure everybody has an opportunity. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. I will go ahead and speak to this one and just say that I want to echo Councilor Fellow's sentiments that I trust completely that the intent of the amendment is to arrive at what Councilor Cushing views as the best path forward, that there is absolutely no malintent, language aside, parliamentary procedure aside. I completely, after many conversations with Councilor Cushing, understand he views that the planning board should have a waiver process. And when we spoke today, I articulated to him that I do not believe that the planning board should have a waiver process. And so this is absolutely not a reflection of the work or the respect that we have for one another as counselors. It's just a fundamental difference on how we view the way that this should move forward. And so for that reason, I will not be supporting the amendment, but I do appreciate the time and work that has gone into getting us to this point. So with that, I will go ahead and call the vote on the Counselor Cushing amendment language. All of those in favor? 3. All of those opposed? 4. The motion fails. At this point, we will return to the staff recommendation for the amendment labeled number 1. And so if we could bring the language back up, just so that everyone is clear exactly where we are in the voting process. No worries.
I just say to the chair, you are doing an amazing job with the parliamentary procedure. So
Don't pat me on the back yet. We're not done. Thank you very much. And thank you to our support staff here who are helping me with the tech. Because I've seen other chairs run the show from up here as well. Shout out to those who were able to do that. I can barely look at that screen, so I'm very grateful that I have staff support. So now here we are. We have divided this question, and so now we are taking on just the portion labeled number 1 as proposed by staff. Counselor discussion on this amendment to the main motion. Counselor Shu.
Well, as we heard from all the public commenters tonight, they do not support this amendment. I will reiterate my comments that this has been a very long process and we have been whittling away at this from the beginning. And to come to this point and then be making further compromises, I'm just not comfortable with. I don't think the residents are comfortable with. I don't think the people who have been working on this and the experts would say, I mean, this is literally in the direction, the opposite direction that we want to be going. I just don't know how much more we can take away from this. I don't know how we can say to the residents that, you know, I'm running on, I care about the resources and I care about the MARF, but I'm going to go from 100 feet down to 15. It's 25 isn't enough. So if we're going to sit here and talk down to 15, I don't even know what our values are or what our priorities are in Scarborough. If we really feel like this is going to be so impactful that we have to continue to make such compromises, I will not support this.
Thank you. Other comments on the staff amendment number 1? Counselor Anderson.
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point, I'm just all about simplicity and trying to get this moving forward so that we can start to see how it actually works. So while I initially was supportive of this, I think just keeping it at the 25 feet to start is, to me, the simplest way to move this forward and keep it quite simple. So I'd like to keep it at just the 25 feet without this particular amendment.
Thank you. Other comments or discussion? Counselor Donovan.
Yes, I oppose the amendment, as the 2 previous speakers have indicated.
Other discussion? Counselor Doherty.
I would be for it just because of all the work and effort that Don put on. I think honestly he did it. I don't think he's doing anything wrong by doing what he did. I think he was trying to help and trying to be a good counselor.
To be clear, Counselor Doherty, the recommendation for what's labeled as number 1, what's up on our screen right now, is coming to us as a staff amendment based on feedback from discussions that we've had as a council. And so this isn't necessarily linked to specifically
But you
Counselor
asked me if I
Cushing.
had anything to say. and
You're
that's what
absolutely right.
thought.
I will,
You know
I
what?
will
I
not.
should have said this. Thank you.
Certainly.
Think that the most important thing in all of this was the thing that we all in a close vote voted down. So I don't really see any point in backing off from that. I will vote no.
Other counselor discussion? Yeah, Counselor Fellows.
I said before that I'm personally comfortable with this amendment and I'm going to stick with that. I don't think it's the end of the world if it goes in the other direction. To the comments about, and I don't mean to single out Councilor Shoup, and I completely understand where she's coming from. There have been a lot of comments about the amount of time and the amount of process and the number of meetings, which I fully appreciate, but I think we need to be careful about equating time and process with correct outcomes. And that I get a little concerned sometimes when there's sort of this this assumption of inevitability because something has gone through a process for a certain amount of time. And one of the things that we often say to people, and we signal it based on the, the staff summaries that we get and that are posted, what's been the process to date? And how many, and we sometimes say to people, or applicants and members of the public, don't worry, we're going to have more, there's going to be more process here. There's going to be more process, there're going to be more opportunities for public input. And so I would just make the comment that if we're going to say that, which I think is perfectly appropriate, that we mean it, and that means that we're open to new facts and new suggestions. And it's okay if there are amendments. There's nothing inherently inappropriate about amendments. It means that we're listening and we're trying to foster some compromise, hopefully. So again, this isn't the hill I would necessarily die on, but I personally am okay with this amendment, and I think it still helps to achieve what we want to achieve. Thank you.
Thank you. Other counselors? I'm the only one left. Just as this entire process began and throughout the process when asked by residents, my sentiment is to go for more than 25 in the spirit of compromise. And it's kind of weird to sit in the chair spot because you have to go last and you've now taken everybody's input, and you also want to do what is best, which is, in this case, in my opinion, passing something is better than passing nothing. And so as we went through this process, I hope that I have been clear all along that I'm strongly in favor of the setback and would encourage more of a setback. And so for me, at this point, I am not in favor of this particular amendment because I don't think that it's something that I fundamentally agree with. And so not for lack of effort and on the compromise front, but I'm not in favor of this particular amendment. So with that, I will go ahead and call the vote. All those in favor of the amendment as presented? Okay, hold on. So right now I'm going to call the vote on the amendment as presented, the language that was in blue from the staff. So all in favor? Okay, 2. All those opposed? 5. The motion fails. At this point, we are going to return to the main motion as amended, and the only amendment that passed as a result of dividing the question was number 2, which, if we can have that. No worries. Procedure takes time. We're going to make sure we get it right. Correct? Okay, so I have confirmation from our staff that that is the amendment that passed. And so now we have returned to the main motion as amended. Is there further council discussion on the amendment as a whole? On the motion as a whole? Yes, Councilor Anderson.
Yeah, I just want to first acknowledge Councilor Shoup and her championship on this effort. As she's mentioned, it's been a year plus in the making. And while there has been a lot of process, I know there's also been a lot of frustration with the process, and policy making is not always pretty. There's always different perspectives that come to the table. And I think that's good democracy, to have those conversations open, honest, candidly. And sometimes we get it right, sometimes we don't, and I think that's okay. So one, I just really appreciate all the work you've put into this championing it. I also want to acknowledge Councilor Cushing. I will never ask a counselor to never try hard like he did and put forward something that he values and thinks is super appropriate. And as far as I'm concerned, until we vote, I'm open to feedback, I'm open to residents, I'm open to developers. This is, to me, an important part of the process, that we don't shut the doors at first read, that we really keep the conversation going, open. And even though we have our convictions on what's important, I think it's important that we, at least come to the table with an open mind. And again, have the debate that we had tonight. I think, you know, even if you're not happy with some of the choices that were made, I hope you see that we're trying to be very deliberative and thoughtful, taking in the feedback from everybody. And I just really appreciate both the counselors for kind of, one, championing this, and two, trying really hard to kind of push what they thought was a really good approach to make a better ordinance. So, but again, thank you everybody for your emails, your comments, everything you've done. Thank you to staff for all the work on this. I know it's been a huge, you know, time commitment for you to get us to this point. You know, I think Angela mentioned it, or Autumn, in one of the forums, where it's like, if we would have just done this a year and a half ago, you know, we would have had a year and a half of this in place and would have done, at least had something. And so we need to just make a decision tonight and move it forward. So I'm going to support this. I do think, and I hope as we go into our goal setting, I think this was a compromise, but I do think we need to figure out where we go from here. Not necessarily meaning we're going to expand the buffer, but I think we all agree that conservation and the environment in Scarborough is super important. I think Ms. Saunders' point earlier about the branding, I think, is like a really good point. Like, this is who we are, and it's important, and we need to make sure that we are, you know, true to our values as a community. And I think, you know, this is going to cause change, and change is hard, and it's really important that we do it together, and don't treat each other as adversaries in the process, because everybody has something to gain from this. And I think all in all, that will make our community better. So thank you all for coming and advocating, and thank you for Councilor Shoup and Councilor Cushing for being advocates on your convictions for what you wanted to do.
Yeah.
Yes. So I appreciate the kind words. What I would say to the public is that if Scarborough had a bar that was opened after 9:30, we'd all go out and have a drink and say, well, we did some good work tonight. But unfortunately, we need to pass an ordinance in order to get a bar open after 9:30. Thank you very much.
Councilor Shoup.
It's been a long road, and I really want to thank the support of the residents and the committee members who have worked with us tirelessly every time Autumn came back with more amendments and feedback and things like that. 3 years ago, I was on the planning board, and I wanted to cry because I was so upset about what was happening to the marsh, and I didn't know what to do. And I'm sitting here before you going, look, at 2 years of being on council, I actually feel like it is possible to get something good done. It just takes a really long time. I'm really looking forward to continuing the conversation about protecting our marsh.
Thank you, Councilor Shoup. Any other councilor comments before I call the vote? Yes, Councilor Fellows.
Good for provision.
Saw you on the screen that I'm trying not to look at.
Yeah, just very quickly, I'm going to support this, and I hope what everyone out there realizes is that it seems pretty clear. You know, there was some messy back and forth and split amendments and so forth, but I think underlying that was a desire to get something done that would help address some of these concerns. And I think part of, you know, to Councilor Anderson's comment about kind of where do we go from here, I think part of what really made this so thorny is that, as was pointed out by staff at the last meeting, 80%, 82, I think it was 82% of the land in Scarborough is not impacted by this because it's already protected in shoreline zones and other things, which is great news overall. I mean, I think the intent of putting that graphic up there was to maybe reassure landowners more than others, but I think folks who are more focused on conservation should be just as reassured. Not to say that there aren't legitimate concerns about uplands and upland wetlands. But I think the fact that you know, it's unfortunate that ended, so much of this ended up being about one big development, essentially, because that means we're really focused on what we had designated as our designated growth zones, and largely so. That's going to cause some friction inevitably, but I think I hope that we've done a reasonable job of working through that, and that we've got something that people can be reasonably satisfied with. I'm sure there are people who are disappointed on both sides, but glad that we got through it. Thank you.
Anyone else? Oh, Councilor
Yeah.
Anderson, I already
well,
almost played you off.
I have one more amendment I'd like to propose. I just
Stop it.
wanted to see Tom squirm, but.
I knew better. I knew better than to recognize him a second time. I knew, I knew. With that, I will say thank you and call the vote. All those in favor of the motion as amended? All those opposed? 5-2, the motion passes. Thank you very much. Should we take a break? Okay. The consensus is to get through the next two, and then we will take a break. Order number 24-115 is second reading on the proposed amendments to Chapter 405 Site Plan, 405B, Site Plan Review Ordinance, Section 5, Site Conditions and Environmental Considerations to add reference to wetland setbacks. As I mentioned, I can take public comment if people have specific public comments that they would like to make as it relates to this order number. But otherwise, I will take a motion.
Second.
Is there any additional counselor discussion? I will go ahead and call the vote. All those in favor? Show that as unanimous. Thank you. Order number 24-116 is second reading and proposed amendments to Chapter 406 Subdivision Ordinance, Section 4, Purpose, Interpretation, and Review Criteria. Is there anyone wishing to make public comment? Do I have a motion?
So, second.
Council discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Show that as unanimous. Thank you. At this point, we will go ahead and take a 5-minute recess. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. Welcome back. As we move through the agenda, for those who have been following along, we are now into new business. Order number 25-004, first reading and schedule a public hearing and second reading on the proposed amendments to Chapter 1401, the Town of Scarborough Coastal Waters and Harbor Ordinance. And we do have our harbor master here to speak to this. And actually, we have three order numbers coming up that I believe you're going to speak to kind of all at once,
Yes, I
correct?
will.
Perfect. Thank you, Darren. Welcome.
Good evening. I'll be covering order number 25-004 is the Coastal Waters Harbor Ordinance. This was we took this under revision a few years back. What we put forward here is just some grammatical changes. We added some sections for riparian rights for waterfront owners, a special anchorage for the Prouts Neck Yacht Club area designated as a special anchorage. And other than that, we put a violation section in which we left out when we did an ordinance revision about a year ago. This has already gone through the coastal waters. It went through ordinance last week. So we're good with this one.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Does anyone have any questions for Darren? Okay, is there anyone wishing to make public comment? Seeing none, do I? Question,
just
certainly,
want-
sir.
I just want a clarification of what that means. What is it? That it's an ordinance that's already in effect.
This is the coastal waters ordinance 1401. It's the full ordinance of the coastal waters and for the entire town. And what we did is we made some edits and changes based on
Those changes. you
Correct.
Just those.
just those changes.
All right, great.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Do I have a motion?
Second.
Council discussion. Councilor Shu?
Yeah, so Mr. Granata presented this to the ordinance committee. He did a great job. And I think the only questions we had were over the implementation of the violations and penalties. And he explained that this was pretty standard and straightforward among other ordinances in other towns. Yes.
Yes.
Yep, and
I
I
support that.
perfect, thank you. And I did have an opportunity to watch the ordinance committee. And so I just want to thank the members of the ordinance committee for asking such thorough questions so that when this came to us, I could be confident that you guys had really vetted this. So I appreciate that. Is there other council discussion on this? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All those in favor? Mark that as unanimous. Thank you. Order number 25-25005, first reading and schedule a public hearing and second reading on the proposed amendments to Chapter 1002, the Town of Scarborough Shellfish Conservation Ordinance. Darren.
Okay, so this was we had to bring this back due to some changes with the lottery. It was slotted to go on a Friday, and now the town hall is closed. We had to move that to a Monday. And then we also set up, we used to have it as 3 consecutive days to take it by a license, and we made it 3 days over a 5-day period. And then there were some changes just in there based on some verbiage and some language. This has already gone to DMR, got vetted through the Department of Marine Resources, came back to committee. Committee passed it to ordinance, it went through ordinance, and they approved it as well.
Excellent, thank you. Is there anyone wishing to make a public comment? Seeing none, do I have a motion?
So moved.
There you go.
Council discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Show that as unanimous. Thank you. Order number 25-006, first reading and schedule a public hearing and second reading on the proposed amendments to Chapter 311, the schedule of fees relating to Chapter 1401 and Chapter 1002 above. Darren.
Okay, so when we changed the day passes from an individual day to you can buy 3 days in a row, we took the recommendation to decrease the fee from $20 per day to $45 for the 3-day period, as town staff got some feedback and people wanted that changed. The second item that we changed was we took the mooring fee for outside the federal anchorage and the federal channel, and we took that mooring fee. When we structured it a few years back, it was $300. We changed that to $150. And this applies to the moorings that are not in the federal anchorage or near the federal channel. This has to do with the moorings that are way up in clay pits, way up on Old Neck Road, and the moorings that are they have no impact down there. And then the final fee that we assessed was the special anchorage fee was assessed at $3,000. So what happens is that special anchorage still has to be inspected and it still has to, moorings have to be placed in a specific area, but that is for the special anchorage fee for Prouts Neck.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Just one.
Certainly.
So when you talk about the anchorage, boaters come in there and they want to drop anchor. Is that allowed, or are there fees associated with that? So you don't have a mooring, but you're sailing by and, you know.
Right now, they have to, if they're gonna come in and anchor up in there, they have to have permission from the harbor master because of the way our field works and the swing width and such. I'm in the process of putting some courtesy moorings in, hopefully this year, which we will charge for if people want to come in for the night. They can anchor out, that's not an issue, but they just can't anchor in the navigable channel.
So, and is all this marked on the chart?
It is all marked on the chart.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Anyone wishing to make public comment? Seeing none, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Any council discussion? Yeah, Councilor Shu.
Sure. So I mean, I obviously had questions about a $3,000 fee. But Darren did a great job of explaining that this is actually standard. One of the things I just wanted to mention was that people actually have a higher fee sometimes in other places. Yes, more
Correct.
than 4,000, 5,000, what?
We've taken the average,
The
so we've looked at
average.
special anchorages across the state with the same volume of access and volume of boats.
Okay. And so you think 3,000 is appropriate?
We do.
Yep. And then with the 45 non-residential recreation 3-day pass, you wanted to move forward with the 45. Your board wanted it to be higher.
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I just, and we talk about fees. And so I want to recognize that like we do have some fees in front of us. We do have the ability to adjust these fees. I trust Darren's recommendation. But I think there is always room for more if people were willing for that.
Okay. Other council discussion? Seeing none, I did put this on the table. Yes, okay, sorry. Seeing none, I'm gonna go ahead and call the vote. All those in favor? I'll show that as unanimous. Thank you. Thank you, Darren. Order number 25-007 is act on the request pursuant to Title 23 MRSA 3025 and the requirements of Section 4 of the Scarborough Street Acceptance Ordinance to approve the acceptance of public infrastructure as noted and recommended by the town engineer. Welcome, Angela.
Hello. What is before you tonight is the town of Scarborough received a petition from Crossroad Holdings to accept as public infrastructure the streets of Scarborough Downs Road from Payne Road to Innovation Way. And that includes also the recent roundabout that was completed. So it's in front of Costco. This project had gone through the planning board review process, approvals. During construction, there's oversight by the town's third-party inspectors, as well as our engineering staff. We ensure that the materials used have been tested to meet our standards. The compaction is done. All the punch lists or everything on the planning board approval documents are incorporated into the project. And that's why I'm standing in front of you today to just identify that we've kind of gone through our review as staff and are recommending the acceptance of the street.
Thank you very much. Does anyone have questions? Is there anyone wishing to make public comment? Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Any council discussion? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All those in favor? Show that is unanimous. Thank you. Order number 25-008 is act on the request to authorize the town manager to sign a memorandum of understanding from Maine Health and the town of Scarborough.
Lauren, please.
And we have our town social services manager here. Thank you.
Good evening. I'll just give a really brief overview on what this consists of. So the Strengthen Me a storm response was created after the January 24 storms that kind of hit southern Maine, or kind of all over Maine, but really impacted southern Maine. And their community team had reached out to us several months ago around how to collaborate in terms of kind of dispensing their literature, how to collaborate in terms of getting out to citizens, just the resources that their community team was able to provide for kind of mental health resources, financial resources, but anyone who was kind of impacted by these storms. So myself and some other folks in the public safety world collaborated with them. We sat down, did some meetings with them, figured out how to kind of best get those out to our citizens, to the vulnerable populations, to elderly folks who may have been impacted. And we did that through a couple of sit-down sessions and then some community events. From that, they asked us to sign an MOU. So it's kind of an after-the-fact MOU, a little different than we might usually see it. And what the MOU is really saying is that we will collaborate with them, quote unquote, consult with them around, again, dispersing this literature, their information, get that out to our community members, kind of as we're kind of the expertise in how to do that right in our community. And that then in exchange, we'll get a $5,000 kind of stipend for, again, providing that basic consultation. I like to use collaboration. And so kind of that's the kind of incentive here with the MOU kind of being signed.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Are there any questions for Lauren? Okay, is anyone wishing to make public comment? Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Any council discussion? Seeing none, thank you so very much
Thank
for
you.
bringing us this opportunity. And I will go ahead and call the vote. All those in favor? Let's see that as unanimous. Thank you so much.
So much.
Order number 25-009 is act on the request to ratify the collective bargaining agreements between the town of Scarborough and the Public Works Department Teamsters Local number 340 and authorize the town manager to sign said contracts.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. I know that the council's been brief, but just to give some history here, this is to ratify a successor agreement for our Public Works Operations Group. For those who don't know, these are really the crew assigned with maintaining our public ways, whether that's in the winter with plowing our roadways or in the summer with repairing and maintaining them. So really a key group of personnel. These discussions really began back in the fall of 2023. So they've been ongoing for quite some time. Our objectives at the onset were not dissimilar from some of our other groups. We proposed to look at some parity across our employee groups with regard to cost of living adjustments, how wage scales were designed. And with this group, again, along with maybe the police department, really recognized that we weren't being as competitive in the marketplace as we really should be with regard to our starting wages to attract employees to fill our vacancies and also make sure that we're retaining these really key experienced personnel. While doing that, we certainly also want to be cognizant to our preserving our management rights. And with this group, perhaps more than the others, we really saw an opportunity to develop and invest in our training and development program. So there is a concept included in the contract, which really tries to incentivize the training and development of our existing staff. Looking back over the last probably 5 to 7 years, this is a division and a department that's really seen a lot of experience go out the door through retirements, some employees leaving for competitors. And so we really have a group where, as before we'd hire, if you go back a decade or more, we'd hire someone in who had some experience in construction or brought some other skills to bear. We certainly have some long tenured employees who have those skills, but the employees that we're hiring in now, sometimes they come without a CDL, so we have to train them to get them certified as a CDL. They don't have a whole lot of heavy equipment operation experience. And so that was really an opportunity we saw to not only become more competitive in the marketplace, but also really invest in these personnel. So that was kind of our objective at the onset. I did provide a pretty expansive memorandum in your packet if you had a chance to review it. But those were really the key takeaways. Other things that we have in this contract, again, very similar to the other objectives we had. Again, a 1.25% 25-year step scale, some additional paid military leave, some additional vacation time. Again, really more of a retention and recruitment effort. And then it does have some modest increases in years 2 and 3 with some of the other fringe benefits. But I think it's a very reasonable package. I think that these are some of our really key personnel that go under the radar. We do have one member here in attendance, Scott Moulton, a long tenured employee who just sat through 3 hours of a council meeting to have this. So I'd like to recognize Scott. And so again, it's without any reservation, I recommend approval of the contract.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Liam. Ooh,
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
Because it's 10 o'clock, I would like to suspend the rules so that we can continue to take on new business.
I cannot believe I did not notice that.
I know you didn't.
Oh.
I did.
So good for my anxiety to have you worry about that. Yes, we do need to approve that. Does John's motion have a second? Okay, all those in favor of suspending the rules?
No discussion?
John, do you want to discuss it?
I just want to propose that we cancel it, or we don't do it, so Jean Marie and Nick have to come back another week.
All in favor of suspending the rules? Okay. Thank you very much for keeping us honest.
Threw you off.
Yeah, you did. So now I will have a motion on order number 25-009.
So moved.
Any council discussion? Thank you very much, Liam, for giving us such a thorough and comprehensive update and for bringing us along the way. And I think I can speak for the council, maybe preemptively, that we are very happy to have the process wrapped and to do our part to approve it, so that we now have all of our contracts, our major contracts that were being negotiated will have been ratified. So that's excellent. All those in favor? I show that as unanimous. Thank you very much. Item number 9 is non-action items. We have none. Item 10 is standing and special committee reports and liaison reports. Counselor Anderson.
Yeah, so the Transportation Committee met and they were taking in feedback from the public. Just a reminder that that feedback closes on February 1st. So if you know anybody who's interested in providing feedback to the transportation study, that's the date it closes. So far, there were about 60 responses from different residents. And so the committee is going to take that into consideration before they come forward with a final plan for council approval. SEDCO met last week and had a workshop really with a focus on business and economic development. I think Councilor Cushing shared something in his feedback for council goals that it felt like in general we were missing a goal around the business community. And so just sharing that might be something people may want to discuss. Again, their focus was really on how do we continue to support and activate small businesses within our community. So I don't know if Karen's going to bring that tomorrow as a topic of focus for SEDCO, but something that the council may want to consider. Finance, we met to review the agenda for the budget. We essentially approved the budget plan. We're still working through communications committee, which Councilor Cushing can update to figure out how we want to do roundtables or anything like that with public engagement. We also moved forward to recommend that the council enact a sustainability reserve fund. There's still work that staff is going to do to bring back to the committee first to kind of look at the specific language before we bring that to council, but at least there was a unanimous vote to move that forward. Yeah, so those are the big things.
Great, thank you, John. Other council liaison updates? Councilor Donovan, you want it? We'll just go down the line.
Appointments and negotiations met for the first time. That's comprised of Corey, Karen, and me. January is always the busiest time because it's a turnover month with people resigning and re-signing up. We worked through the agenda very successfully. It was a lot of work, but it was really facilitated by the senior staff who evaluate the candidates and make recommendations. And the town clerk was terrific. Kristen was just incredible to pull it all together. Really a good job, well done. Ooh, other school board advisory committee, that's SBAC's SBAC 2, continue to meet weekly, lengthy meetings, but they're not going to get to where they want to get to unless they do that. And the professional staff continues to be effective, hardworking. It's tedious. It's a long way to go, but they know the timetable that's involved. Key issues remain: what's the cost of the project? And they've got to narrow it from 7 down to 2. Was 4. The consultant suggested 3 others that they identified in the course of their work. So it went backwards for a while. And it's just going to take a lot of hard work to get something to us by June. And I have explained to the chair why that is, what that process is. So the other one was that we had the Sustainability Committee meeting today. Short agenda. It was really held to say farewell and appreciation to 2 retiring members, David Kirstein and Rick Meinking, who is the community chair, committee chair. They really are 2 dedicated members. Rick is in a senior management at Efficiency Maine and a recognized expert in energy efficiency, and totally invaluable person in the community for this kind of assignment. So when you run into him, say thank you.
Perfect. Bill, a point of clarification, do you have the names prepared to read for the names that came out of appointments and negotiations?
I don't have it here with me.
Now the town clerk is motioning.
You want her to read them?
Kristen, would you like to read the names?
Sorry in advance for whoever's name I butcher. Board of Assessment Review, move to appoint Richard Skillman as a full voting member with a term to expire 2027. Leroy Crockett as first alternate with a term to expire 2025. Jean Marie Caterina as second alternate with a term to expire 2027. Coastal Waters and Harbor Advisory Committee, move to appoint Vincent Clough, Andrew Fortunato, and Alfred Morrow as full voting members with a term to expire 2027. Community Services Advisory Board, move to appoint Amanda Doherty and Ellen Clough Quinn as full voting members with a term to expire 2027, and Brittany Jackson as first alternate with a term to expire 2027. Conservation Commission, move to appoint Abel Plowd and Jessica Sargent as full voting members with a term to expire 2027, appoint Bennett Flanders as full voting member with a term to expire 2026, appoint Kate Bordas as first alternate with a term to expire 2026, and Crescencia Maurer as second alternate with a term to expire 2027. Long Range Planning Committee, move to appoint Portia Hirschman as full voting member and business representative with a term to expire 2027, and Jean Marie Caterina as first alternate with a term to expire 2027. Parks and Conservation Land Board, move to appoint Noah Peralt and Steven Zamorowski as full voting members with terms to expire 2027. Personnel Board of Appeals, move to appoint Peter Freilinger as full voting member with a term to expire 2027. Appoint Penny Whitney as Dorian as first alternate with a term to expire 2026. And to appoint Brittany Jackson as second alternate with a term to expire 2027. Planning Board, move to appoint Jennifer Ladd as full voting member with a term to expire 2027, appoint Bennett Flanders as first alternate with a term to expire 2026, and appoint Tyler Davis as second alternate with a term to expire 2027. Transportation Committee, move to appoint Jennifer Ladd as full voting member with a term to expire 2027, Craig Robinson as full voting member and Chamber of Commerce member with a term to expire 2027, and Stannis Moody Roberts as first alternate with a term to expire 2027. Scarborough Housing Alliance Committee, move to appoint Eric Boucher, Leroy Crockett, and Jean Marie Caterina as full voting members with a term to expire 2027. Shellfish Conservation Commission, move to appoint Liam Erickson as full voting member with a term to expire 2027, appoint Jason Quirk as a full voting member with a term to expire 2026, and Julie Godzar as first alternate with a term to expire 2027. Sustainability Committee, move to appoint Ronald Allen as full voting member with a term to expire 2027, appoint Linda Jopp as full voting member with a term to expire 2025, appoint Patrice Katzenholtz as first alternate with a term to expire 2026, and appoint Dan Shapiro as second alternate with a term to expire 2027. Zoning Board of Appeals, appoint David Burke and Peter Freilinger as full voting members with a term to expire 2027. Kyle Noonan as full voting member with a term to expire 2025. Appoint Joseph Doherty as first alternate with a term to expire 2026. And Michael Campbell as second alternate with a term to expire 2027.
Much appreciated and masterfully done.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
And we did it in an hour.
Well done. Thank you very much. Next update, Counselor Fellows.
Thank you. Long-range planning met on the 10th. They focused on those items that had been flagged in the 90-day moratorium, which is in effect for another couple of months. And those will be coming to ordinance on February 12th, I believe it is, next meeting for ordinance. Planning board, as I'm sure everyone knows, their last meeting did approve the FedEx project. And the Rules and Policy Committee will be having its first meeting next Wednesday. That'll be Scott, Don, and I. We've got a few kind of cleanup items and be discussing some potential future agenda items.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Sure.
Yeah, as best I can remember, the Communications Committee met and we were focused on the budget communication process. We talked a bit about roundtables. I think there's some ongoing discussion about how we can basically build a reusable structure that helps us identify, Liam, help me out here if I miss any of this, but helps us identify who are the places, who are the people and the places we should go to, you know, the Kiwanis, the Lions, the Chamber of Commerce, the Pine Point Neighborhood Association, and so on and so forth. And I think that the point is that we really should be going back to something that I'm told was successful in days past, which is we come to you and we find a way to invite you to come to us in your neighborhood. And I think that so we need some help in that way to sort of build some mailing lists and lists of contacts and so forth. But the idea is instead of doing this just once and then forgetting, and we're trying to, I think, trying to build something, hopefully we'll be successful. So does that fairly describe what we're discussing? Okay. On the counselor corner, I was looking through my email because Allison said we have another one due, and I said, well, I gave out the assignments and all of my colleagues here are all grown up and I'm sure they know which one is next. I was planning on reminding whoever is next, but I couldn't find the email to say whoever is next. So my suggestion is if you can find my email before I did, then find it and you got about 5 days to write your article. Thank you. Okay. Now I have one more serious point, Madam Chairman. In my impassioned pleas this evening, I was distracted by a woman sitting in the back who may as well have been screaming at me with her face. And she almost got me to react, or she did get me to react a little bit. Yes, it is absolutely true that we have to sit up here on the dais and take some of that. But there is a point where it becomes distracting and it's interfering. And my question is, what is the procedure? If she was screaming, we would have a procedure to tell her to be quiet. She was screaming with her face, and it was not good face, madam. So my question to you is, in our order of decorum, what is the response to other forms of communication that are distracting? Thank you.
Certainly. I think that that's something that we can discuss perhaps as part of our norms setting meeting, just what your expectations are for meeting management. I think that's something that we could further discussion on Saturday. Certainly.
I would also suggest for the rules and policy again, to look at that part of our rules to see, because you sit on it, right? You sit on rules and policy or no? No?
Yes, yes, he does.
Cushing does? Okay.
Councilor Cushing does.
Okay, so then you will be able to kind of look at it too there.
Sure.
Rules and policies more than that means.
You're meeting.
Until now.
Counselor Doherty, do you have any updates? No. Okay. Item number 11 is council member comments. Anyone wish to say more, John? No, I'm just kidding. Absolutely. Counselor Anderson.
I just want to say how amazing it was last night to be at the school's first forum for the new school project. You know, I do slightly agree with Bill in my conversation afterwards that it would have been nice if it was a week later when we had data to share. Like that would have probably made a different conversation. Not that it wasn't a good conversation, but you know, I was very pleased to see about 60 people in attendance, both in person and online. And I really hope to see that engagement momentum continue, because I think that is the secret to success for this project to pass. And so I just want to applaud the committee. I think the communications subcommittee did a lot of the heavy lifting to make that happen, and they did an excellent job. So I would encourage everybody to go to the next one. I know sometimes we have competing things that we have to deal with, but I think it's super important that we all show up to those and hear what people have to say and just listen.
That's great, John. And I will echo appreciation for anyone on the council that was able to go. I was unable to attend, unfortunately, but the feedback that I heard from the people that I did reach out to and specifically sent said that it was a really successful event. And so hopefully we can continue to build that community momentum so that nobody feels like they weren't brought along this time around. I apologize. I did not give my own update during counselor liaison updates, and I am still the liaison to the Vulnerability Assessment Working Group. They met on Tuesday morning, which I also was unfortunately unable to attend, but I did ask Jamie to provide me a brief update just so that I could update you and the community as to where they are. This is a group that's been working for almost a year now, developing the vulnerability assessment plan and figuring out bringing stakeholders together to really identify the vulnerable areas in Scarborough. And they're meeting on Tuesday. They worked on discussing prioritizing which roads are going to be the focus of their study. And then they also began to discuss some tentative pilot projects. The main takeaway from Jamie's summary for me is that the initial story map, which will kind of give us a broad overview of all of the work that they've been doing, will be available to the public as soon as this winter for feedback. And so as soon as I have more of an update or I know when that will be coming, I'll be sure to let the community and the council know that that is on the horizon. Are there any other counselor comments or updates? Okay, excellent. With that, I will take on order number 25-101, act on the request for an executive session pursuant to Title 1405-6A regarding the town manager's performance evaluation. This is an annual process that we participate in. Former counselors who had worked with Tom this past year have also been invited to participate in the executive session. Counselor Katarina and Counselor McGee are here patiently waiting for us to go into executive session. And for the public, we will not be returning to public session. We will be adjourning from executive session. And so with that, do I have a motion?
So moved.
All those in favor? Excellent. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.